All right, let's go at 6:31 p.m. Hi, are we ready to get started? Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and get started with the Pledge of Allegiance. We have two students, Mikey and Harper, that are going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everybody can rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you guys so much. That was an impromptu request and you did a fantastic job. Thank you. Okay, moving on to report of closed session action. There were two actions that I wanted to read out. So in closed session on a motion by Board Member Watson and a second by Board Member Cooper, the board voted to approve claim number 25266 in the amount of $6,000. There were 5 ayes, 0 nays. And in a closed session item, claim number 252611, the board took action in closed session to reject claim number 252611. The vote was approved to reject the claim with the motion by Board Member Cooper, seconded by Board Member Trunke, with 5 ayes, 0 nays. Okay. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda for November 18th, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the regular meeting of the governing board for October 21st, 2025?
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can I get a motion to approve minutes from the special meeting of the governing board for October 30th, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And finally approve, can I get a motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting of the governing board for November 6th, 2025?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great. Okay, moving on to our hearing session. We have a couple of presentations. We're going to start off with the Kaiser Permanente Thriving Schools Grant presentation. Ms. Michelle Berries.
Okay, thank you very much. I actually have a very special guest with us tonight, Miss Amy Weiss from Kaiser Permanente, and I am, thank you for coming up, and I'm going to turn it over to you. Great. She has a special announcement for us tonight.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. I'm really proud to be here. I will say this is I think my 4th year in a row being here because there's just some incredible work that the Saugus Union School District is doing and also an incredible partnership that Kaiser Permanente is proud to support. So thank you for having me back. I feel like it's a homecoming. I'm a product of the Saugus Union School District. I still am a proud emblem Eagle. And so where are my emblem people at? Woo woo! All right. It's Amy Weiss. Some of you may recognize that last name. I always share this, but Janet Weiss, who is the longtime principal and who opened Plum Canyon. She's my incredible mother-in-law who I have the privilege of seeing next week when she's coming down for Thanksgiving. So shout out to Plum Canyon as well. So I'm Amy Weiss. I'm the community health manager for Kaiser Permanente, covering the San Fernando, Santa Clarita, and Antelope Valley areas. So I'm really proud to be able to serve the community in which I grew up in and in which I live, work, play, and pray. And just proud to be here again, once again, for the 4th year in a row for some of the incredible recognition. So as the nation's largest nonprofit integrated healthcare system, a lot of people may not recognize that we're a nonprofit system. With a social mission, we're dedicated in helping meet the unique needs of schools and communities. We recognize that schools are passionate about ensuring that all students succeed, but they can't address the health of their employees, their students alone, and neither can we as a healthcare system. We must work together, which is why Kaiser Permanente created our Thriving Schools program, which is committed to serving as a valuable partner for health in schools and districts across the country, helping to ensure that teachers, staff, and students have the support they need to thrive in learning and in health. We're so happy to be here today to celebrate our collaboration and partnership in school health with the school district, and thank you for your time. Once again, our Thriving Schools partner, which is called the Alliance for a Healthier Generation, which works across the country, announced its list of America's healthiest schools for 2025. And there's a reason I'm here for the fourth time in a row. Just listen to these statistics, pretty amazing. It's a prestigious annual recognition program celebrating schools for their work prioritizing the health needs of students and staff, which we support specifically, Kaiser Permanente supports specifically around cultivating staff well-being and strengthening social emotional health and learning. To win, schools must exemplify best practices in these topic areas as measured against criteria in the Thriving Schools Integrated Assessment, which is a collaborative tool that provides actionable steps and credible resources to schools and districts to advance their wellness and educational goals. In all, across the country, 1,119 schools, compared to 879 last year, earned recognition for the ways they're activating health across one or more categories. Out of those 119, or 1,119 schools, 15 schools are from the Saugus Union School District, which is pretty amazing. That's a national recognition. So 15 are from the Saugus Union School District. I'm going to name them now. Please feel free to shout out if you're one of those people from those schools. We've got Bridgeport Elementary. Woo-woo! All right, Cedar Creek Elementary. Charles Helmers Elementary. Emblem Elementary. Eagles. Highlands Elementary. James Foster Elementary. Mountain View Elementary. North Park Elementary. Plum Canyon Elementary. Rio Vista Elementary. Rosedale Elementary. Santa Clarita Elementary. Sky Blue Mesa Elementary. Tesoro de Valle Elementary. And West Creek Academy. So all incredible work just on their own as schools. But what I think is really noteworthy is that of those 1,119 schools, less than 168 schools across the nation achieved all-star recognition. And of those 168, all 15 schools in the Saugus Union School District received all-star recognition. It's pretty amazing. So of 168 across the entire nation. So we're incredibly proud. You should all be incredibly proud of the work that you guys have been doing as a district, as employees, staff, students, parents, all those that contribute to the health at a school. So congratulations. We're incredibly happy to be here to celebrate your accomplishments today. In addition, we know there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of work that is done behind the scenes to apply for the recognition, track progress, complete applications, ultimately to cultivate the environment which supports an American Healthier Schools recipient. This is especially important to Kaiser Permanente because we know that 1 in 5 Kaiser Permanente members spend the majority of their time at schools, whether they're students or their staff. That is why school health is so important to us. As we continue to take a comprehensive approach supporting the physical health, mental health, social health, and equity and access for students, staff, teachers, and families, we're looking forward to continuing that support to work in those areas, and we cannot do it alone. It must be done in partnership. And that is why we're thrilled to announce the awarding out of an additional $10,000 community benefit grant from Kaiser Permanente for this is the 6th year in a row that we've been able to work with the Saugus Union School District and foster that social and emotional learning. So congratulations again. We're so proud to partner with you and provide this funding for the incredible work you're doing and support your staff and your students and your families. So thank you. And if at all possible, I'm going to ask for that, big check picture, if we could do that real quick. Thank you. Front. We'll stay here in the back. I'm the one in the middle.
I guess.
Yeah, come, so we're behind. us.
Okay, so
Yeah, we
there.
were more.
behind everybody. Can I trade with you? Yeah. There we go. That's probably better.
Which fight?
That's okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you guys. Do we get to keep our big check? Yes, you do. I don't know what it is about those, because you can't cash them. Hold it out. Hey. Again. Or we do our. Yeah. A big thank you to Kaiser. We appreciate the collaboration. We're going to move on to America's Healthiest Schools, Miss Michelle Berries.
I think Miss Weiss had already shared some of the information about America's Healthiest Schools, but we're really excited about our award this year. So I'll just shout out some numbers and just repeat what she had said. In terms of this last school year, 1,120 or 1,119 schools across the nation applied to be America's Healthiest Schools. And there are 9 topic areas in terms of wellness that they had to meet and prove and show that they were doing all the things in those categories. Overall, there were 168 all-stars, meaning they met the criteria, they had the evidence, the practices in place across the nation. And when we started this adventure, I think Miss Sam Ford was the first one who I mention every year, who got us started with this because we were already doing the things. And she said, we might as well just get credit for the things we're already doing, which makes a lot of sense, right? I think the first year, I don't know exactly, but we didn't have all of our schools. And the goal was the next year to continue to add schools to have recognition in all 9 areas, or essentially become all-stars. It's a really big deal. We are very competitive here in this school district. And I will say, for the first time ever in Saugus history, all of our schools were all-stars. So all of our schools met the criteria in all 9 areas, which is such a big deal. So we can all give a round of applause for all of the schools. And in special recognition of that tonight, we have a plaque that we would like to award you. So as we call your school's name, if you can come up, I will have the board maybe go on this side and shake the hands of people as they come up. Yep, and pass out the plaques.
Let the community know that these are perpetual plaques that we do.
They are perpetual plaques.
They get things every time. It shows all the different.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have them memorized by name. Okay. For just also thank you for the first year ever, Highlands was recognized as an all-star. Oh, then order? Okay, sorry. I'll go in order. Sorry. Bridgeport, if you want to come up and accept your plaque. Cedar Creek. Emblem. Emblem, Miss Ford. James Foster. Charles Helmers. Mountain View. North Park. Also, last year was the first year they were recognized. Congratulations. Plum Canyon. Rio Vista. Rosedale. Sky Blue Mesa. Tesoro de Valle, and West Creek. Again, let's give a big round of applause to all of our schools on being some of the America's healthiest schools.
Congratulations. Don't go though. The principals need to wait. I hope they're listening. The principals all need to wait a minute and not leave just yet. I'll say it again as you're all out there talking to each other. The principals need to wait a minute and not leave just yet.
Okay, moving on to our next recognition, Model Professional Learning Community District, Mr. Ed Clement.
Okay, I would like to welcome one of our partners, Dr. Cindy Pilar is going to come up and give us some announcements about our Model PLC recognition. Welcome, Cindy.
Thank you, Ed. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cindy Pilar. I'm the Executive Director of the California Principal Support Network. We have 8 cohorts across California. About 1,100 educators are part of this professional learning opportunity, in which we use about 30 years of research and education around teaching and learning. They are considered the highest leverage practices that we have in our field to impact student learning. And it's been an honor to work with the Saugus Union School District. I think we started with a couple of your principals about 7 years ago, and we have worked with all of your schools now for the past 4 years. And I'm here tonight because it's a great honor to announce that the Saugus Union School District has been recognized nationwide as a national professional learning community model school. Model district. There are several model schools in the district, but the district has shown such exemplary achievement gains and has implemented so much of the high leverage practices with teaching and learning that they have been recognized for that as well. So it's really an honor. I don't get to do this very often, so it's a pleasure for me to be here and to be with these wonderful educators, with you as a board that has supported this work so enthusiastically, and with Dr. Hawkins as well over the years. To put it in perspective, and I feel like this is kind of you're hearing a theme here. To put this in perspective, there are very few districts across the nation that receive this level of honor for student achievement. This is what we're all about. At the heart of this work is that we build schools not to give a place for people to work, to make sure that students are learning at grade level or above. And I can say with all confidence that the work that is going on in this school district is really second to none. I work with 1,100 educators across California, representing almost 200,000 students. There are few districts that are operating at the level that this school district is. For example, in California, there are 1,102 school districts. Of all of those school districts, only 3 have been recognized as a national model district. The other 2 are Sanger Unified in the Central Valley and Chino Valley, which was just recognized about 6 months ago, so a few months earlier than you. That is very, very few numbers to have achieved that. For the parents in the room, you're probably wondering, what is the criteria for this award? Number one, the district and the schools, of course, have to demonstrate that they have a commitment to these high leverage professional learning community concepts and provide evidence that they are being implemented. the implementation of these concepts has to result in student learning gains. It's not just that we're doing it, but are we getting results from the work that we're doing? In this case, there are 3 years, and you see it. I mean, I look at your board reports and I watch your dashboard. It's pretty incredible, the achievement gains that are happening in this school district when you look at other school districts across California that are still struggling a lot from our COVID years. So it's so much to be proud of here. There has to be clear evidence of improved student learning, as I mentioned. And once the student learning results have been verified, so they take all of this evidence. One of the things the National Committee does is they call me to verify that the work is actually occurring. All of these teams have been doing action plans over the years, so I can track over time. That is all archived about the kind of work that they are implementing. So once that has been validated, the school must then submit an application that explains their practices, explains the structures and the cultures that they have developed in those schools that has led to this level of achievement. According to the review committee, the comments that I got from them, and let me say just a quick word about the review committee. The review committee for this award is made up of some of the most prestigious scholars in our profession. These are authors. The names, all of the teachers would know, and the principals would know the names of these people. They are very esteemed in our profession and have done this work for a long time and got great results in their own schools and districts. But they sent a statement, and I'd like to read that to you if I may. Saugus demonstrated, quote, a sustained commitment to helping all of their students achieve at high levels. They have been willing to alter the structure and culture of their organization to reflect that commitment. We applaud them and congratulate them for achieving this very significant milestone on the ongoing, never-ending process of becoming a professional learning community. I'd also like to say that with this honor comes a place on a visited website in our field, in the field of education. It's called allthingsplc.info. Schools that are recognized for their high achievement and their commitment to these high impact strategies are listed there. So Saugus is listed there, as are your national model schools. And it's on that website that they share all of their implementation strategies and structures. And they provide that for any other educators that want to go onto that website and steal ideas and figure out how they're doing it. They have to upload all the artifacts and the evidence that they are actually doing this work. The other thing that I will say is it is not uncommon for model school districts to start being contacted and visited by other school districts across the state, because we're all wanting to visit the high achievers, those that are actually doing the work, and what we can learn from them to improve our own journey in improving student learning. I also want to say that none of this happens by accident. This has been years of dedication by the educators in this district and the support of the board and the superintendent. I want to shout out to our teachers here. Can we give a round of applause for outstanding teachers in this district? It has been an honor to work beside you, and I use your action plans and your artifacts, as you know, all across the state as exemplars of what can be done. I also want to recognize the principals in this district. Can we please give a round of applause to the principals who have led this work, have created and guiding coalitions, those of you that work with them who have really taken charge of this work, make sure that people have the support that they need to do this kind of work. It's really impressive. I also want to make sure that we recognize those at the district office that have been so instrumental in giving the kind of monitoring and support that keeps us digging deeper with this. Particularly, of course, our superintendent, Dr. Hawkins, but also Mary Mann. Mary, I know that you retired. I hope that you're watching right now. We miss you and we recognize your work. But also Karen Fractor and Ed Clement. They attend all these sessions. They come with their teachers, they come with their principals and the guiding coalitions so that they can learn as well. This is not easy work, and it takes time to see results. We have thousands of school districts that are doing this work, and instead of becoming high achieving and getting results, they become PLC light we talk about that a lot. They bail on this process. Your district did not. And you're seeing the results of that work. So it's not easy work. It takes time to see results, but the Saugus team has never given up. And I know that they will continue to make sure that all students are learning at high levels and getting what they need to succeed. So with that, on behalf of our sponsor for this award, there is a company called Solution Tree that is probably the gold standard in our field in education as far as delivering professional development to educators. They sponsor this award every year. And so on behalf of them, I have a certificate of achievement, which I'll read to you. It says, this certifies that Saugus Union School District has been recognized as a 2025 Model PLC at Work for its exemplary work in establishing a high-achieving culture and a professional learning community. So congratulations with that. So I have that for you. And then the second thing I have is a flag to fly, of course, okay? So this is a national model recognition for your national model status. So with that, I just want to congratulate all of you. And one final comment. You know, people are always looking for those who are leading the way in this work. We started with Saugus in this community. And because of the success that your neighbors are seeing here, we now have all of the William Hart District involved in the CAPS network, and we have every school in Sulphur Springs. I was contacted by both of those school districts kind of out of the blue, and you know what they both said to me separately? We want to do what Saugus is doing. So thank you for that. Thank you for leading the way in this work. Very, very proud of what's happening here.
Yes, and if I could ask, I would love to have everybody come up, but if the principals could come up, because you're leading the work for the picture with Lori. And then Cindy, you want to come? Yeah.
I think we're all gonna fit.
I don't know how we're all gonna say it.
Yeah, we should say, we should say up here. Yeah,
Why don't you go accept this?
okay.
You gotta go hold the certificate, everybody else can hold the flag.
You would take the flag and be back here.
How about someone from Holland?
You guys hold the flag. I'm not gonna make sure. I wanted to put it on.
I think Patty was going down there.
That's Patty.
For Patty.
Board president. Okay, we're gonna stand back.
You guys gonna come this way.
You're gonna come this way? All right, thank you. Thank you, guys. Hey, man. Okay. I work with a really greatest. You'll make it go on the flag. One out front. We're gonna let the rain. I could let you have your big check and have you that too. All right.
Okay. I know we have a lot of families and students here, so we are moving on to our Superstar Reader Award, and I will turn it over to Mr. Ed Clement.
Okay, so all these students are waiting for their award. They're seeing these things happen. And, you know, to get these awards, we have to have good readers. And we have a bunch of dedicated, good readers here with us tonight. So we're going to get started. We do have one person joining us, I believe, via Zoom. So if you could use the raise your hand feature within Zoom, and we will pull you into the meeting so we can see you on the screen. I believe somebody from Cedar Creek is coming in. And then all the students in the audience, if you could bring your award and come stand right up here and hold that award right in front of you so everybody can see it. Come on up, don't be shy. We'll make a line right here along. Okay, so as we recognize these motivated, strong readers who are reading with inflection and emotion and intonation, and they're off in the corner reading their book, or they're on the playground under a tree reading their book, or they're secretly reading under their desk when their teacher isn't looking. Or, um, as I call your name, go ahead and step forward so we can recognize you individually, and we will go through school by school. Once again, if my folks online from Cedar Creek are in, you can use the raise your hand feature and we'll pull you in. All right, so let's get started with a fifth grader from Bridgeport. We have Nicholas Kasutis. From Cedar Creek Online, we had Shreya Shaban, second grade. From Emblem Academy in fifth grade, we have Jaden Francis. From James Foster in sixth grade, we have Natalie Murphy. From Charles Helmers in third grade, we have Noah Balboa. And already just in first grade and being recognized for their reading from Highlands, Mariko Tate. From Mountain View, we have Emma Peresa in sixth grade. From North Park, we have Braxton Brunsell in third grade. From Plum Canyon, we have Skyly Emicag in sixth grade. From Rio Vista, we have Arlie Taylor in third grade. From Rosedale, we have Emma Berry in sixth grade. From Sky Blue Mesa, we have Olivia Ann Carpenter in sixth grade. From Tesoro, we have Ava Brock Preston in fifth grade. And from West Creek Academy, we have Paige Barcon Dolino in first grade. All right, these are our superstar readers. Let's give them one more huge round. And we're going to ask that the students wait right where they are, and we're going to turn it over to the board members so they can say a few words about you.
We always like to say nice things, so we'll start with Mr. Watson.
Of course, want to congratulate all of you. You know, voracious love of reading is your key to the world. So keep it up. Good job.
Congratulations to all of you. At the risk of aging myself, when I was growing up, there was a program called Reading is Fundamental. And a lot of you parents out there, I'm sure, have heard of that. They used to run a lot of ad campaigns and stuff. But their slogan is so important to thank all of you for this, and to all the parents out there, when you inspire the joy of reading, you create a lifetime of opportunities. So great work to all of our superstar readers. Keep it up. And to all you parents out there, get your kids reading if they're not.
Yep.
Congratulations on your award. This is one of my favorite awards. I love reading because it opens up so many new worlds and so many ideas. And the more you read, the more ideas you can have. And to the parents, I know that you have a very heavy book budget. Certainly a trip to Barnes and Noble for me and my daughter, like I could never say no to a book. So congratulations.
Ms. Grease.
Congratulations, everyone. You guys should be really proud of yourselves. Teachers, thank you for the encouragement. Parents, thank you for encouraging your kids to continue reading. So thank you again.
Great job, everybody. Reading is a fundamental, it's a basic for everything else you'll learn. So you guys are on the right track and doing, all the things you need to do. Continue reading because it really is you can learn anything you want and you can be in whatever world you want to be when you read. So congratulations, guys. And thank you to the parents and teachers and everybody that supports our students. And with that, we'll take some pictures and then we'll recess for just a couple minutes so that the families, if they'd like to head out and get some dinner or something, they can do that. So let's grab some pictures and then we'll recess for a few minutes.
Oh. In the blanket? Is it really? Oh, wow. That's his son-in-law in the back. Yeah, you're gonna see, I was like, are you there? Yeah, was I supposed to be her? Yeah, it's one for school. Yeah, I have this one to see the one opportunity and like.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess and then we'll reconvene. Get started as soon as our board member joins us. Okay, let's go back to our hearing session. Let me read my spiel. Advance written request to address the board regarding agenda and non-agenda items. Board bylaws 9320, 9322, and 9323 each speak to the process used by the governing board to allow for public comment during its meetings. The bylaws are in compliance with the Brown Act and other applicable law. Board bylaw 9323 specifically outlines a process for members of the public to address the governing board on agenda and non-agenda items that are within its subject matter jurisdiction. Members of the public wishing to address the governing board are asked to do the following prior to the start of the public comment section of the meeting agenda to ensure that appropriate time is allotted to all interested speakers and topics. The speaker must either complete a speaker card for each item they desire to speak on and/or notify the assistant to the superintendent of each item if attending the meeting in person. This notification is requested to allow the board president to consistently implement public comment guidelines provided in Board Bylaw 9323. Members of the public wishing to make public comment via telephone or virtual meeting software must notify the assistant to the superintendent via email not later than 4:30 p.m. on the day of the scheduled meeting to ensure that the person has the same opportunity to address the board under Board Bylaw 9323 as those who are in attendance. Each speaker is allowed 3 minutes per topic for public comment. The total time allotted for each topic is 20 minutes. Depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard on a single topic, the governing board may adjust the time allotted for each speaker or the total time allocated to the topic issue. The president of the board may take a poll of speakers for and against the topic issue to determine how best to allot time on each topic issue. Members of the public who wish to address the board do so either in person or via Zoom. A speaker may read a statement from an individual not in attendance. However, their allotted speaking time will not be extended to read such a statement. A timer visible to all attendees will be used to manage time during public comment. Any speaker who exceeds their allotted time will have their mic cut off. To ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board, unless simultaneous translation equipment is used to allow the board to hear their translated public testimony simultaneously. Please remember that state law prevents the board from acting on any matter not listed on the agenda or from discussing any such matter in detail. First up is Carla Cervantes, followed up by our speaker who is online, Michelle Joseph. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. I'm Carla Cervantes. Good evening to all of you. It's nice meeting you. I'm a mother of an almost 12-year-old and a 7-year-old boy who attend Mountain View Elementary School. First of all, thank you. Thank you for all the effort. Thank you for all the opportunities you have given to my kids. I can see they go so happy every day to school. I can see their development and education. It's been amazing. I feel very grateful with each one of you for everything that you have done and you are doing for our kids in our community. I'm nervous about having a teenager. My son is almost 13. He's moving to Arroyo Seco, and I used to have all the control and all the opportunities of hanging up all around Santa Clarita with my kids, going to New Hall Community Center, going to Canyon Country Community Center, so many activities for them. But for teenagers, I think we need more. We need more effort, more activities, more things to do with them or by themselves, but in a safe way. So, however, I'm very concerned about this situation. I grew up in a place in Mexico, and I know in so many other places, they offer activities for them. And I want to propose here something. That's why I gave to you like a written proposal, because my son wants to go to Arroyo Seco with all his friends. And I remember there is like a close elementary school just next to them. And I was just imagining having a youth center just for kids. It's not my idea. In so many other places around the world, there is youth centers. In France, in London, in Latin America. So I think it would be amazing having the first youth center in Santa Clarita, and I would feel so proud having it Saugus. And that's the proposal I gave to you. I did all that proposal just for you, to inspire you, to hope for you to considering it. I have been preparing this proposal for a couple of months, and I hope you find it inspiring. You can count on me and my ideas, executing this vision and building a better place for all. I close this, and I'm sure everything happens just in the right moment. And I want to share that there's currently a play showing up at the main theater called the Native Garden. I'm part of that show with Hope Theater Arts. And this show just talk about this, about break down fences and building bridges. So let's build bridges in between all of us and build a better community place.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We have our speaker, Michelle Joseph. And next up is Sean O'Brien. Michelle, if you can hear us, you found her? Okay, great. So we're going to have our online speaker first, and then you'll
Oh,
be
okay.
right after that. I just wanted to make sure you were ready to go.
I will go back to my seat.
You can stand there if you'd like. Okay. Michelle, can you hear us? Michelle, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, perfect. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, board members, cabinet staff, community members, and families. Unfortunately, I have not been able to attend board meetings thus far this year due to personal reasons, but I have been reading the news. After reading not one, not two, but 3 different articles in the news regarding behaviors in the classroom, I'm wondering where things are heading with the district. First, a teacher is willing to come forward and request help for a struggling student, the other students in her class, and herself. Based on the article, she was repeatedly attacked and injured, which she reported to the district. As she put herself out there to share the issues and try to receive assistance, she instead was sent home without pay. While I obviously don't have all the details, it seems to me that the district continues to expect teachers to try to teach while continuing to deal with major behaviors in the classroom. And I read a second article where I see teachers once again expressing that the behaviors of certain students are still out of control. In addition, the district does not want the parents being told about the behaviors, and the teachers are being told to let those students do what they want. What are you telling students when you allow them to behave this way with no consequences? If you don't let the parents know, how can you expect them to support their child or the teacher? Then there was yet a third article regarding inappropriate behaviors in the classroom and the behavior committee. This behavior committee has been meeting since last year, yet there doesn't seem to be any real improvement to managing behaviors. Both teachers and students feel unsafe in the classroom, which does not create an effective learning environment. On top of all this, a board member was called a liar for sharing a behavior incident. When students aren't feeling safe, how do you expect them to learn? How do you expect teachers to teach when the class is in disarray? I have heard teachers being told not to require a student to do their work. How is that providing an education? Something needs to change. As board, as cabinet, would you allow your own children to behave aggressively or be rude or disrespectful to other students and staff? Would you allow your own child to be mistreated by another student, whether it be verbal and or physical? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. O'Brien? Mr. O'Brien, followed up by Brett Epstein.
Ladies and gentlemen of the school board, thank you for the opportunity to speak on an issue involving student learning. Students come to us for many things, learning how to read, write, calculate, how to better understand the world around them, how to become a productive and active member of their community, and how to interact positively with others. They also come to us in need of safety, whether it be intellectual, social, or even physical safety. Our young children need to know that the spaces in which they are placed are ones that will keep them safe and foster their flourishing. Indeed, in many ways, safety is the need that must be fulfilled before any other educational endeavors can even be attempted. Kid can't learn in an unsafe environment. We can't expect a kid to learn how to multiply fractions if they are threatened by those around them. Students who are placed in unsafe environments will not only cease to learn, but they will learn to cease trusting those around them, cease trying to learn, even cease coming to school. Right now, there are threats to our school children. These threats are not esoteric nor intangible ones. They are very real and very serious. Just as a student cannot learn if placed in a threatening environment, a teacher cannot effectively teach and nurture children if the teacher is threatened. Right now, there are threats to our teachers. Worse, there are wounds, psychological and physical. Teachers are suffering in the course of their duties. What happens to teachers affects students. A teacher who must leave the classroom to tend to a wound is leaving students without their expertise. A teacher who is compromised by a psychological trauma cannot effectively nurture students through their own trauma. All of this you know. We've been told over and over about teachers being attacked, classrooms being wrecked, and staff members being threatened. Let me tell you about something you perhaps don't know. I've had the greatest privilege any man can possibly hope for. I've been married to nearly 34 years to a woman who quite simply astounds me with her passion, professionalism, and skill. It is no exaggeration to say I aspire to be what she so casually is every day, positive force in the lives of children. This force, for she is a force of nature, extends beyond the children in her classroom. She somehow has the arm span to encompass children she's never even met and advocate for their best interests. In this advocacy, however, she's been met with resistance and indignation. I understand how those in positions of authority do not like being told of a flaw and imperfections in the systems they oversee, but true leaders respond to warnings about flaws by making attempts to improve them, not silence those who dare to speak out. I would hope our educational leaders are not so fragile in their positions to respond with vindictiveness to those who speak truth to power. The truth is, we're all rowing towards the same shore. We carry with us the lives and futures of thousands of children, and I know we all want them to flourish and thrive. Public education has undertaken a massive and noble endeavor. We all do our part. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Epstein, followed by Tim Bed-Boydston.
Good evening, board members. My name is Brett Epstein. My wife, Natalie, and I are present here tonight for the first time. We have never attended a board meeting before, but we're here to address a critical safety failure that occurred at the North Park Elementary aftercare program in regards to our son, Oliver. On Tuesday, November 4th, our 5-year-old son, Oliver, walked out of his North Park Elementary aftercare program, pushed open an unsecured gate, and traveled alone for 1 mile heading south on McBean Parkway. He was found alone on the sidewalk of the North Park Village Square Shopping Center where there's that McDonald's on the corner. We stand before you as parents who came within inches of an unthinkable tragedy. Our kindergartner was unattended for an unknown period of time. He was not found by staff conducting a head count. He was not discovered missing through any safety protocol. He was found by Martha, our nanny, who happened to be driving by that McDonald's at the exact same time. Please imagine the horror that we felt when I received the call at 3:58 p.m. from Martha saying, "Oliver's in the street by McDonald's." Think about what I'm telling you. Our 5-year-old son crossed busy streets alone. He walked past strangers, any one of who could have abducted him. He was one distracted driver, one wrong turn, and one predator away from a news story that destroys families. The only reason we are not planning a funeral or still possibly searching for our missing child tonight is blind luck, and not because the people we trusted to protect him were doing their job. After I hung up with Martha in total and utter shock, I called my wife Natalie to ask if she had heard from Martha that Oliver was alone and out on the street. She said she had not. So she immediately called Ms. Verma, the head of aftercare. When Natalie asked Ms. Verma if Oliver was in fact present at aftercare, Ms. Verma replied, "Yes, he is here." Yeah. Meanwhile, Oliver was in the car with Martha, safe and secure on the way back to our house. Needless to say, we have since pulled Oliver out of aftercare, and Ms. Verma is still employed. Since the incident, another parent reached out to us. In 2019, her family experienced a similar situation on the North Park Elementary campus. Her child also walked out unnoticed. This is not an isolated incident, but rather a pattern of negligence that has been allowed to continue for years. We've entrusted this program with our child's safety. Every parent here has made the same leap of faith. We send our children to these programs believing that the basic safety measures are in place, that gates are secure, head counts are regular, and someone is watching. Since the incident, I've been told that the gate that Oliver walked out of should have been locked at all times. However, we also been told it's a fire hazard. Which one is it? We also were told that substitutes were working that day, almost as to blame it on them for them not being trained up to par and up to date on protocol. We are still trying to put the pieces of this story together. Since November 4th, we haven't slept through the night. We replay every horrific possibility in our mind. We think about other parents in similar situations who weren't as lucky as we were, the ones who got the phone call that changed everything, and that could have been us, a family destroyed. This incident raises questions. How does a 5-year-old simply walk out? Our son walked a mile unaccounted for. That's at least 30 minutes, possibly longer. What protocols fail so catastrophically? And the question that terrifies us most, how many other children could be at risk in the future? We cannot live with a thought. Can I close, please? I'll skip the list. In closing, we are not demanding answers, but action be taken. Every parent in this district needs to know what specific steps will be taken immediately to ensure that this never happens to another child, because next family may not be as lucky. The next child may not be found. Our children's safety cannot depend on chance encounters and fortunate timing. It must be absolute. Thank you for your time and attention.
Tim Ben, followed by Ingrid Boyson.
President Garibay, board members, Superintendent Hawkins, and cabinet members. First, let me say to the gentleman that was speaking, I am sorry. Secondly, stay on it, because here we've been trying to solve problems of this magnitude for an entire year, and nothing has been done concretely with big behaviors. You're going to hear about that tonight, and you're going to hear about some of the other things that is not happening here. I got to congratulate all of you. Did a great job. Okay, celebrating the successes. Okay, but those successes mean nothing to those kids who are being traumatized and injured. So the defense team's Hogan claimed it was easy to play the blame game after the fact once all the evidence had come out, but the law requires you examine people's decisions at the time they make, and the defense attorney also maintained that in school settings, decisions are cooperative and collaborative in an apparent attempt to diffuse blame. Now, Ms. Parker is the assistant principal in the Newport News School District. Multiple staffers were warning Parker about a child possibly having a weapon. This is from the Washington Post, by the way. It's recent. It's going on as we speak. The Nina Farish, the director of human resources for Newport News, testified that a few days after the shooting, Parker confessed she was told about the student carrying a gun in his backpack just 90 minutes before he fired it. The reading specialist, Amy Kovac, told jurors she heard that Zwerner, 25, telling Parker, works for Newport News as an administrator, inside her office, that the boy threatened another student and was aggressive with a security officer at lunch. But Parker couldn't be bothered to even look up at the young teacher during the concerning conversation, Kovac told the jury. That is a sign of disrespect. And when several people that are sitting in front of me here do that quite often when the speakers are talking. So I'd appreciate your one job is at least to pretend you're listening if you're not. Parker told Kovac that tells Werner if she was worried that she could call the child's mother to have him picked up. Werner was shot in the hand and chest by her kindergartner. The lawyer said during opening arguments, Kovac had approached the child saying, "Can I have the bag?" But he answered, no one's getting the bag. So Kovac went to Parker and told the vice principal about her own exchange with the child, and Parker once again brushed it under the rug. Is this what it's going to come to? Is that what it's going to take for you guys to address the big behaviors? That's what I want to know. Somebody going to get like seriously injured or shot? Is that what you want? Because that's what's going to happen if you don't change what's going on in your district. It's a mess. You have to deal with this. I appreciate celebrating the successes, but I also know that you need to fix this problem. We've been here a year, and now you're telling us you're not going to do the big behavior?
Ingrid Boydston, followed by Jamie Vincent.
If you've been listening for the last year, you are well aware that Saugus has a big behavior problem, a safety problem of tragic proportions. At the last meeting, it was suggested that we begin by looking at our general behavior management plan. I'm sorry, but that's like offering aspirin to a man who is bleeding to death. We need an actual answer, and we need it now. Here's the answer I hope to hear tonight. Make it an official SUSD policy that whenever a child displays aggressive behavior that puts anyone at risk, that child will be removed from the classroom or the premises by the administration immediately, no matter who the student is. The next steps can be to figure out how to prevent it and how to help those kids without endangering everyone else. I imagine most parents assume that this is already our policy, but it is certainly not our practice. It's important to add the no matter who the student is phrase because of a disturbing fact we learned at the last meeting of the Behavior Council. It's one of the main reasons I think we have so many extreme situations. The district's legal advisor said that although every child has the right to a free and appropriate education, children with additional needs have additional protections, which would be absolutely fair as long as those protections don't infringe on the safety of the other students. But the way we've been doing it, they often do. And we were told more than once by the attorneys that in Saugus, at the end of the day, the most important thing is that we, quote, ensure the best position for the district regarding the kids with the disabilities. That doesn't even make sense. We constantly put kids with special needs in classes that have not been adapted with supports that they need. And then those kids act out. Then we allow those unsafe behaviors to continue because in Saugus, we'd apparently rather avoid potential lawsuits regarding kids with special needs who we misplaced than defend the rights of every child to have a safe and equitable education. That's only one part of the problem. Hear this. Not every unsafe and traumatic behavior is being performed by students with special needs. Those kids, the students, the teachers, and the parents and the paras in the special ed classrooms deserve exactly the same rights to a safe work and school environment, but they don't have enough support either. No one should be coming to school expecting to get hurt, but they are. According to the recent survey given by to the STA and CSEA members, nearly 60% report that they are at times feeling unsafe at school. 85% said they feel the student's safety is at risk, and nearly 90% said they have experienced extreme behaviors at their sites. Only 15% feel that the consequences in Saugus are adequate, effective, and safe. But when we brought this to your attention, Dr. Stevenson, you told me, yeah, we already knew that. You asked us for solutions, which you dismissed out of hand. You won't listen to us. Who will you listen to? A class action lawsuit defending the rights of all of the students, special ed and general ed, who aren't causing the problems? A few steps in the right direction have been taken over the last year, but too many times they were followed by steps backwards, and it's not nearly enough. I pray you will agree with me that until all classrooms are safe for every student, we can't give up. Make the policy apply to the kids with the aggressive behaviors. May God bless Saugus.
Jamie Vincent, followed by Tammy Messina, speaking on board calendar. Jamie Vincent? Jamie Vincent. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better? Okay.
Good evening. This letter was sent by an anonymous teacher from the Saugus Union School District. She was afraid to come forward, so I'm reading it for her. I'm not even sure who this teacher is, but this was given to me, and I'm willing to read this for her. Student behavior in our elementary classrooms has reached a crisis point. Teachers across the district are facing daily incidents of aggression, destruction of property, severe dysregulation, and unsafe behavior. These are not minor disruptions. They include hitting, kicking, throwing objects, flipping furniture, threatening peers or staff, and creating environments that are genuinely unsafe. When these behaviors occur, some teachers are expected to continue instruction for the remainder of the class with little or no support. Requests for removal or intervention are often denied, leaving teachers alone with situations they are not trained to manage. General education teachers are increasingly being asked to as special education teachers, behaviorists, psychologists, and crisis managers, all without the training, qualifications, or resources required for these roles. We are expected to implement intensive behavior plans, manage severe emotional needs, ensure classroom safety, and still deliver high-quality academic instruction to 25 to 35 students. This is not reasonable, safe, or sustainable. More importantly, we must acknowledge a reality that is often avoided. Some students, based on their current needs, cannot safely or successfully be served in a general education setting. This is not a failure of the student, the family, or the teacher. It is a matter of appropriate placement, adequate support, and specialized expertise. There must be alternative programs and settings designed specifically for students whose needs exceed what general education teachers can safely manage. Staff who are trained in behavior intervention, de-escalation, and crisis management. Clear guidelines for when a student must be removed to ensure safety for all. Instead, teachers are being told there is no staff available to assist. Behaviors do not meet the threshold for removal. Suspensions are discouraged even after physical aggression, or the child must remain in the class regardless of severity. This current approach jeopardizes the safety of staff and students. It is not fair to the students who are struggling, and it's not fair to the students who are learning and that are continuously being disrupted. I respectfully urge the board to prioritize 1, a comprehensive revision of behavioral intervention protocols, 2, clear enforceable procedures for removing students during unsafe incidences, 3, a major increase in trained behavior and mental health support personnel. 4, development or expansion of specialized programs for students whose needs exceed the general education environment. And 5th, realistic expectations for general education teachers and safe staffing levels. Our teachers, staff, and students deserve schools that are safe, supported, and meet the range of students' needs we serve. Thank you.
Tammy Messina? It's Tammy Messina's.
Up,
chair.
one more.
And actually, Tim, Ben, I had a question. So both of your topics are behavior related. We can only speak on the topic one time. So are you talking about something different, not related to behavior? The second time,
Talking about the agenda item. Okay.
which is behavior related.
Well, the first time I was talking about the incompetence of some of the members of the Saugus School District and the danger to the children. So that's a slightly different thing.
Okay.
But if you wish to not let me speak, yeah,
I was asking a question. I wanted to make sure that we understand that we can only speak on the same topic once. So if you're speaking on two topics, that's fine. But I wanted to clarify. But it's actually Tammy's turn, so she'll go before you.
Which topic?
Board calendar.
When I saw that the board was proposing to drop board meetings down to once a month, initially I felt relief because really, these aren't exactly a party. And I don't think anyone truly enjoys them, but I could be wrong. Maybe that's just me. However, this is serious business that you all have been elected to undertake. It's the serious business of the district. The behaviors and the safety issues that have been talked about now for well over 2 years are still just as serious as they were when they were first brought up. You can't drop the number of meetings back and think that you're going to get more done. Frankly, from all appearances, it just seems like you don't want to hear from the public and the staff and that has the courage to come up here and speak because it's not easy. The regular board meeting load will not drop when you drop the number of meetings a month. So you're going to create a monthly marathon board meeting? It doesn't make sense, and it doesn't serve the public interest that you are here to represent. I'm speaking to you as the elected board members. I strongly encourage you to not drop the number of board meetings. And those special meetings that are for the consideration of the Santa Clarita Elementary disposition, I know that those are additional meetings, but that's part of what you signed up for. So it's for a short period of time, and you need to continue and hammer this behavior and safety issue until it is taken care of. We can't have what's happening to families like this continue to happen. I'm sorry that happened to you. Thank you.
California law requires schools to provide a free and appropriate public education for students with special needs, including those with severe disabilities and individual education programs, IEPs. And they mandate that you get an IEP and require schools to address safety and positive behavioral intervention services. They also are protected from expulsion. Students with disabilities cannot be expelled for conduct that is a manifestation of their disability or result of inappropriate school services. California's Constitution also says it guarantees the right to safe schools, and this right is supported by laws that require the school districts to implement comprehensive safety plans, prevent violence, and take steps to ensure a secure and peaceful environment. And that's for all of the students, not just those with disabilities, but all students, a secure and peaceful environment. A right to safe schools. The California Constitution provides every student with the inalienable right to attend safe schools and a duty to implement safety plans. The school districts are legally obligated to develop and implement comprehensive school safety plans to address school crime and other issues that threaten the safety of students and staff. And lastly, I wanted to talk about the accountability for schools, because school districts can be held liable for damages if they fail to take reasonable steps to prevent harm and students are injured on school property. So usually when you're standing behind your attorneys, or usually when you're in the position as high as the board is, you have a certain amount of immunity because it's not you doing the acting. But when you have the knowledge and you don't act upon it, that's gross negligence. And when that happens, you do have liability, and the whole school district has liability. But that might be good for the attorneys on both sides of these issues, but I'll tell you who it's not good for. It's not good for the children, and it's not good for the teachers. So a couple of questions, if you can answer them with regard to specificity. Does a teacher have a right, or an administrator have the right, to search a child if they think they have a weapon? Search a child or their belongings? That's the first question. I'm sure that's an easy one for the superintendent to answer. Also, are the bad behaviors reported on the dashboard? And that one I'm sure Ms. Barries can answer for us as well. Because there was a lot of talk earlier from the wonderful lady that was giving us those accolades about, watching that dashboard, because that's awfully important. Okay, so if you can answer those questions for me, I would be most appreciative. Thank you.
Karen Helene, followed by Karen Carville, and then Tammy Messina.
It's been a while since I've come up to the podium, but I am a North Park alumni. My heart is heavy for Oliver. I know that walk. I know how, as a family, we would not let our twin sixth graders walk home from school alone. So I hope this district heard this family tonight. How ironic that I was going to speak so similar to what Tim has also shared. We, as a city, do not want to be like the national news, who has been reporting on the event that happened in Virginia 2 years ago. We've had our own tragedy, and that we've just come up on that anniversary. As a first grader that shot his teacher through her hand that went into her chest while she was directing and teaching children. We have to take this big behavior problem so seriously. And I know each one of you trustees, I love that you do give me the time to go one-on-one with you, but we have been begging for this big behavior problem to cease, to get better, to be here for the teachers. I'm no longer in Saugus schools, but my heart is, and I'm here for the teachers. So I have a recording of a man who just said things so well from what happened in Virginia. And I really think it needs to be heard here tonight.
Unfortunately become a place where we are only interested in the rights of individual students and not the good of the entire process. That student choked out their teacher the year before in kindergarten. He should not have been in that classroom. The parents denied special education services for that student. And when a parent steps up and says, I, as the parent, know what's better for my child, and I don't want what you believe is best for that child, they should not be in that classroom. And we failed every student, including that student, all 25 students in that classroom, everybody in that building. We failed them by allowing a student that should not have been in the classroom to be in the classroom.
That administrator was in the courtroom, and she had 45 minutes of warning of a weapon in someone's backpack. And what she was charged with was a willful act of omission. Let's not be that. Let's not omit what we need to settle up, finish up for the safety of all students, all teachers.
Thank you.
At the last board meeting, a teacher requested that board members come to schools without being chaperoned by the school's admin. Totally understandable. Ms. Stevenson, you told the Signal newspaper, quote, I've been meaning to write Stevenson. Oh, wait. Sorry. Board members are treated like every other site visitor and must be accompanied by a staff member to avoid liability issues. I'm totally messing up my speech. Sorry. Anyways. Ugh. Board members are treated like every other site. Sorry, now I'm getting site visitor and must be accompanied by a staff member to avoid liability issues. And it was nothing new. It was a standard procedure that has been in place since Judy Fish, former superintendent, held the position. Judy Fish was a superintendent back in 2011. So it's odd that you're quoting something that has been around for 15 years. This is completely false. Visitors are not escorted. I have seen Cal Arts students on campus, photographers, BMX bikers, hearing and vision testers, plumbers, to name a few, and they are not escorted by admin. I emailed you and asked you for a board policy. You sent me governing handbook, specifically directed me to page 12. Board policy and AR 1250. The only thing related to the issue was AR 1250, which states, quote, unless otherwise directed by the principal or designee, a staff member shall accompany visitors while they are on school grounds when school or child care activities are in session. Again, unless otherwise directed by the principal or designee. So the site and admin of the schools are the ones that make this decision. Well, good news, principals. You don't have to escort the board members around the school. The board is the superintendent's boss. They are there for one employee. I'm surprised half these people are still employed with all of this terrible news that I hear every single time I come to these board meetings. They don't need to be walked around. They are directing their one employee, and this is not necessary anymore. Last I checked, none of you have a criminal background. Any 5 of you? No? Any of you live in your car like that Winkler guy did years ago?
No.
No? Okay, good. So I think you're pretty safe to walk around our school campus. I checked with 2 other board members in 2 different other school districts. They both said they go to the office. They say, I'm here to go to the PTA meeting, or I'm here to go visit this teacher. And that's it. It's not a big deal. So principals, you're done. You're good. They can walk.
She's a hard act to follow. I was asked to read this for an employee of Saugus Union who can't be here tonight. So bear with me. All behavior is a form of communication, and each child communicates in a different way. We are a district that prides itself on all kids, but are we listening to our children in crisis? Teachers and paras need support. For staff in the behavior world, it is well known that strategies take time, So far this year, we have yet to see any proactive strategies. Every day, another child is expressing their need for help, help that is too far away. A teacher crying in the corner because they just can't take it anymore, but told, just keep collecting data. A student pushed beyond their comfort and ability, their peers terrified. Classes needing to evacuate their classrooms regularly as if this is just what school is like. Imagine having your class destroyed by a child, others hurt, and being told, just give it time. Yes, things take time, but feeling helpless, losing hope, how much time is that worth? How long are we willing to let our children suffer? The child destroying the classroom or eloping every 5 minutes is not doing it for fun. They are crying out for help. It seems as though waiting, reacting to each situation is all the help that comes. I don't see any proactive strategies to try and prevent the explosive behaviors. Reacting is not preventative. It is survival. Again, I ask you, are you listening to these children in crisis? And how long are you willing to let them suffer?
Okay, moving on to our Saugus Teachers Association, Ms. Sue O'Brien.
We're all coming up together tonight, CSEA and STA together. We each have messages, but we thought we would talk as a unit because much like the public, we're all talking on the same issue. I'm so sorry. Like, I can't, we were all crying in the background. I don't have anything other than, I don't know, but something has to be done right now. Like, yeah, that's, I've never, yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'm ready. You already heard from my husband, so now you get me. Sorry, apologize, just so you got that. Good evening, board members, cabinet, colleagues, community members, and family. Congratulations to all the remaining award recipients tonight. We are very proud of you. Thank you, West Creek and Rio Vista, for coming tonight. For attending tonight. It's truly valued. Since the last board meeting, we have attended meet and confer with the district, worked on negotiations and contract language, represented colleagues, participated in behavior council meetings, and have met with 3 of our school board members about our safety behavior concerns and possible solutions. We asked if our survey could be added to the agenda to be discussed by board members, but we were advised to meet with the board members to share it with them. When we shared with cabinet, we were met with, you're not telling us anything we don't already know. Coupled with safety and extreme behaviors are a national or statewide problem. Our response to that is, but what are we going to do here in our district about it? First step is we admit that this is real. Teachers and para-educators aren't making this up. Safety concerns from extreme behaviors exist in the Saugus Union School District, and people at the sites working with students every day see and feel the impact of it. Based on our survey results, where 225 members responded, 91 say they have been hit, 79 kicked, 22 bitten, 153 screamed at, 103 cursed at, 78 verbally threatened, 104 had things thrown at them. And this is just of the folks who responded. Many did not, as they feared their responses would be tracked back to them. We have an obligation and a responsibility to follow Ed Code and labor law. Our district is required to maintain a workplace violence prevention plan. Employees who are assaulted, which includes being hit, hair pulled, bitten, kicked, verbally threatened, must complete the workplace violence form, and the district must keep a log of these incidents accessible for review. Okay, here comes the big part that I've been practicing. Per Ed Code 44014, Whenever any employee of the school district is attacked, assaulted, or physically threatened by any pupil, it shall be the duty of the employee and the duty of any person under whose direction or supervision the employee is employed in the public school system who has knowledge of the incident. It's a very bad sentence. To promptly report the incident to the appropriate law enforcement authorities of the county or city which the incident occurred. The big thing is to know that failure to report shall be an infraction punishable by a fine of not more than $1,000. There is also Ed Code about suspension and other alternative consequences for threatening and or extreme behaviors. Truth is, none of the above do we want to have to utilize. We know the behaviors are means of communication. When our students' behaviors are communicating that they are troubled, hurting, essentially crying out for help in the midst of a classroom full of students who are eager and ready to learn, what do we do? Do we teach the students ready for instruction, or do we stop and focus all the attention on the one? Who do we turn to help us? It's no secret that this is a real concern. Scroll through social media and it's glaring. But again, we ask you, what are we going to do about it? On behalf of our United CSEA and STA members, we thank you for your time.
Good evening, Cabinet, board members, community members, and families. We would like to congratulate all recipients of awards tonight. We are also very proud of you. To begin on a positive note, all of our paraeducators participated in the Managing Student Behavior with our BCBAs training yesterday. We thank them for their support. As we await prompt intervention and solutions, behaviors persist. We continue to receive multiple complaints per day regarding student behavior. We surveyed our members last month, and the results align with STA and are staggering. A significant number of classified employees experience injuries weekly, some daily, and a substantial number feel unsupported. We are requesting the ability to perform our jobs without fear of being threatened, attacked, or injured. Most importantly, daily behaviors are being observed by other students, and they do not contribute to a healthy and safe school environment for them. Classified employees were finally asked to join the behavior committee. We were hoping for suggestions to prompt solutions. We are far from that. We understand that there is a process. However, we expect immediate interventions to keep everyone safe from being hurt. It is painful for us to view the images that are sent to us of our fellow employees and their injuries. We feel and experience their fear and witness their tears. We need to give a voice to these hardworking individuals who come full-heartedly to school to work with children and who are afraid of voicing their concerns for fear of retaliation. The remedies must come sooner. We cannot tell someone who is drowning we are looking into solutions. Open communication along with proposed and timely solutions is needed. We thank everyone who has reached out to us, met with us, and who supports us. We thank our STA members in unity with our CSEA members. We look forward to change. Knowing is not enough. We must apply. Being willing is not enough. We must do. These are the wise words of the great Leonardo da Vinci. The time to do and to resolve is now. Thank you.
Saugus Administrative Association, Misty Covington.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, and guests. I'm Misty Covington, the principal at Sky Blue Mesa Elementary, and I'm honored to be speaking on behalf of the Saugus Administrators Association. As I begin, I want to share a quote from Nicole Demich, one of the amazing educators working alongside our teachers to provide professional development and support for deeper, more meaningful assessment practices. She reminds us that when students are invited into the process of learning, they don't just change their grades, they change their behavior, their confidence, and their lives. I want to highlight the innovative work at several sites, including Sky Blue Mesa and Rio Vista, that we're doing with Nicole. Teams are implementing learning ladders. This is a visual strategy inspired by Nicole Dimich, and it's embedded into our PLC cycles. These ladders help students understand where they are in their learning and what steps they can take next. We are seeing students take greater ownership of their growth, ask deeper questions, and proudly share their progress. Our Pacing Guide Committee is also collaboratively exploring the prerequisite skills that feed into each of our promise standards so that our learning ladders truly guide students toward meaningful, achievable goals and what they can do to reach their own personal goals. Over the course of this week, our sites are having fall parent-teacher conferences. It's a powerful time for building meaningful relationships. These conversations help us partner more closely with families, and they strengthen parent engagement. Learning ladders and grade level goals are shared during our conferences, and we continue to see that when families, staff, and students all understand their learning goals together, then student success can grow. Additionally, many of our schools are hosting professional learning visits with Capturing Kids' Hearts. We are finding early evidence of what we've been hoping for, that students are starting to step confidently into leadership roles during morning greetings. They're giving each other affirmations. Students are leading the process of sharing good things. They're reviewing social contracts together. They're reinforcing procedures and routines, and this is modeling a positive culture. These are not just classroom systems, they're skills that are being practiced daily. And the growth that we are seeing in our students' leadership skills, it's not accidental. It is the result of intentional focus on student engagement. It's us being able to see assessment clarity, and it's those relationships that we're building with students and family. When students feel known, valued, and challenged, they rise to meet those expectations, not because they have to, but because they want to. I'm going to close with a quote from Capturing Kids' Hearts. Students don't learn from work that they do not care about, and they don't listen to people that they don't trust. When we change the learning experience, then we change the behavior. Thank you.
Okay, representatives from district parent leader organizations, Ms. Jessica Apperson, PTO rep from Sky Blue Mesa.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, staff, and parents. My name is Jessica Apperson. I am the treasurer of the Sky Blue Mesa parent-teacher organization. I'm a mom. Oh, love you guys. I'm a mom of 2 young sons, and I feel really fortunate that I'm able to volunteer some of my time to be a part of creating a culture of positivity and support and growth at Sky Blue. We have the best teachers and parents. I'm everywhere, but I love us. I just wanted to share with you guys, I've been asked to share what we have been up to this year. So our PTO actually has experienced remarkable growth. We have tripled our membership this year alone and have a really amazing community of parents who are actively volunteering at events and participating in school activities. This robust volunteer support has translated directly into exceeding our fundraising goals and hosting even bigger events for our school. Our Apex fundraiser in August was a huge success, and as a result, we've been able to increase the amount we donate directly to our teachers for school supplies and equipment. In September, we put on a Patriots Day celebration for first responder family members. And in October, we had our most fun fall festival ever, complete with trick-or-treating stations, DJ, food trucks, crafts, and of course, the broadcasting of the World Series Dodger game, because need that. One of our most successful year-round initiatives has been our monthly Animals for Attendance program. We started that last year, and what it is on a randomly selected day each month, we scatter tiny toy animals all around campus. Students who arrive on time get to keep a toy animal and are entered into a year-end raffle for exciting prizes. Last year, we were able to give away a pair of Disneyland tickets and some electric scooters that were donated. And we're pleased to report that we have seen a reduction in chronic absenteeism since starting this program. I'd like to do with that. So that's exciting. We've also continued prioritizing student health through Fit Club, which is now in its second year. So what that is every Wednesday before school, we gather parents, students, teachers, and they walk laps around our track. Each participant has like a QR code wristband that gets scanned and to track their progress in an app. And last year, several students reached a full marathon's worth of laps, which was an amazing achievement. As we look ahead, we're excited to build on the momentum we've gained. We're all working really hard to just build a strong community and do what is in our control at our school. And we're not just proud of our fundraising goals and the activities and things, but what we're the most proud of is that we've really pulled together a group of families and parents who just support one another and work toward common goals in supporting our teachers and our kids. So we're really excited to continue doing what we're doing for the rest of the school year. And yeah, thank you all for your time.
Okay, representative from Child Development Programs, Ms. Katie Dempster.
Good evening, governing board members, cabinet, and guests. I am Katie Dempster, Director of Categorical and Special Programs. I am pleased to share a brief update on our progression of our fall after-school enrichment program. The engagement and enthusiasm from our students has been excellent. We are currently observing a scheduled break for parent-teacher conferences this week and then the upcoming Thanksgiving holiday period. There will be 2 more weeks of our sessions remaining before the fall enrichment cycle officially concludes. Looking ahead, we are excited to offer continued enrichment opportunities in the spring. Based on the feedback and our commitment to accessibility, we will be implementing some modifications to the spring enrollment process to ensure a smoother and more efficient experience for all participating families. Details regarding the new process will be shared in the upcoming months. We have just been along this week and the previous week successfully holding parent-teacher conferences in our state preschools. This collaborative effort is essential for supporting the development and education of our youngest learners through shared understanding between home and school. And finally, tomorrow our team will be engaging in targeted professional development, a morning session focused on our child development leadership strategies and expectations, followed by an afternoon dedicated to refining practices with our activity leaders and TK paraeducators. We are committed to the continuous refinement of our procedures and safety protocols and student engagement strategies within our extended learning opportunities. We will continue to be in contact, okay? And I thank you all for your ongoing commitment and interaction with us as we continue our programs. Thank you and have.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to our superintendent cabinet reports. We'll start with Ms. Berries.
Thank you. I would again like to congratulate all the students tonight, the superstar readers. When there's rainy weather, I can't think of a better activity than to curl up with a good book. Also, again, thank you to Kaiser and Amy Weiss for the continued partnership and support of our district. And then again, congratulations to all of our elementary schools for being recognized as America's Healthiest Schools. And to everybody else, have a wonderful, restful break and see you back after that.
Mr. Kumar.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Just wanted to report in, we heard from Dr. Pilar tonight about our PLC recognition. And that data really comes from our 22, 23, and 24 combined 3-year dashboard data. So it is nice to know that our 25 data was just released last week. And it once again is proven that we've gone up and actually had some of our highest gains that we've had yet. All of our academic areas were in the green. So we'll have more to come on that when we get into our mid-year LCAP update. And then also, I just wanted to briefly touch, Misty Covington from Sky Blue Mesa commented that we had our 5 schools that are our year 2 schools for capturing kids' hearts. Have their campus traction visit. So we spent a half day on each campus, Sky Blue Mesa, Cedar Creek, Rio Vista, Foster, and Tesoro, walking their classrooms, talking to the teachers, talking to the students, having them show us what they're working on and how they're developing their practices. It was really cool seeing these year 2 schools have the students really starting to take that ownership. It was definitely a +1 or a next level experience. So it's good to see that coming in, and we'll have the year 1 traction visits in February for the other 9 schools.
Stevenson.
All right, I just want to say congratulations to all of our award winners and happy Thanksgiving.
Mr. Heinlein.
I'll save my comments for my presentation.
Dr. Hawkins.
I just want to thank all of our students and congratulate them for their great work, and thank all of our staff members for their dedication to us winning these awards. Most importantly today, I would like to thank the Santa Clarita Valley Sheriff's Department for their support of Mountain View. We had a situation where we had to do some shelter in place and some evacuation because of an alert that they gave us. And just knowing that they were so supportive and so helpful in helping us ensure that we got everybody off campus and things taken care of. I just want to thank them for that.
Great. Mr. Watson.
Yeah. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate all of our administrators, our teachers, our staff, and students on all the accolades that we've received this evening. You all are doing such an amazing job day after day and year after year, and we just continue to hear about it. Thank you. I have some additional comments that I will hold for the specific items on the agenda. We did, however, hear tonight about a very disturbing incident of a child leaving campus without being noticed. Dr. Hawkins, I know you've kept the board abreast of the investigations and some of the actions being taken. I also know that there are certain and specific laws regarding the privacy of student and employee information. Understanding that, Dr. Hawkins, I would hope that you or someone on your team has been able to be in touch with the Epstein family to reassure them that to the level of detail that you're able, that their son will be safe in our after-school programs.
Sir, the Katie Dempscher was in contact with them, as
Okay.
well as Dr. Villanueva.
Okay. Is your microphone on, Dr. Hawkins?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you not?
Sorry.
I'm
Can you
sorry, I
say it one more
can't
time?
get much closer.
That's fine.
Katie Dempscher was in close contact with the family, as well as Dr. Villanueva,
Okay.
about the situation.
Okay. Thank you. No, on her team, on her staff. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Drunky.
Good evening, everybody. First, I just want to say tremendous work to all of our staff at all of our schools to achieve, again, all-star recognition for America's Healthiest Schools. And thanks again to Kaiser Permanente for their support. And also congratulations to all of our teachers, administrators, and district leadership for the district's success with the PLC program and being a model PLC district, and to the students for their success, which is the result. Congratulations to all of our superstar readers that were recognized tonight. Congratulations to Cedar Creek Elementary on October 24th. They had a ribbon cutting ceremony for their new edible schoolyard program, and look forward to seeing all the great activities that are going on there. On October 30th and November 6th, we had special meetings for the Santa Clarita Elementary School property discussions. And thank you to all of the community members that attended and shared their thoughts with us. And we have our next meeting coming up on December 10th, where I think the board will begin our deliberations on the next step forward in the process. And I look forward to that. On November 12th, I attended the Behavior Council meeting, and I'm very thankful for the extensive work that our Behavior Council has completed in the many meetings that they've had so far this year. We are definitely seeing the results of that work with the recommendations that we are reviewing tonight. Tomorrow night at Rio Vista, there is a parent engagement event, the topic of which is Between Screens and Learning, Fostering Family Connection and Well-Being. That event is from 6 to 8 p.m. for those that can attend. Again, it's at Rio Vista. Spanish translation is available. On this past Sunday, I attended the 40th anniversary of the SCV Food Pantry, which was a great event. And in conjunction with that, today, the district just completed its own food drive in conjunction with the food pantry, which took place between the 12th and today, the 18th. Thank you to all of the families that participated and donated food. We are going to be distributing that food to Saugus families. There are still an opportunity for people to participate. There's a volunteer sign up on Sign Up Genius to distribute the food to our families on Thursday, I believe. I think Dr. Fractor, you may have some more information on that for anybody that needs it. We definitely could use some help in distributing that food. With the holidays in mind, coming up on December 6th and December 7th, there is a sensory-friendly holiday house event for our special education families. That is at the Hart High School auditorium. And last item on a personal note, it was 11 years ago to the day that I was sworn in for the first time as a governing board member. It has been the greatest honor and privilege of my life to serve the community of Saugus and to work with the amazing team and family that is the Saugus Union School District. And that's it for me, other than happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Super, congratulations. I'm kind of triggered by what you guys said. When my son is 36, he's a wonderful kid. He's been a police officer. He has his own child now, but when he was 6 o'clock in the morning, we get a knock on the door from the sheriff because he had let himself out of the house. I think he was sleepwalking, never really got to the bottom of it. And he walked down to the KFC. At the time, we were living on Lyons Avenue. Anyways, that's when I got a home security system, not to keep anybody out, but to make sure that he couldn't get out. I don't want to lock the door and like make it inaccessible anyway. So I know that I will not be allowed to have specific information on your child, but know that, I will certainly make my feelings known. I think Mrs. Apperson is gone. I just want to say thank you because, oh, yes, PTA cannot, the help that PTA provides cannot be overstated. So thank you. I had the opportunity to meet with the teachers, the leadership of the teachers union. I'll share more about that when we get to that topic. Special thank you to Mrs. O'Brien for staying, even though she was climbing out of her seat because the Dodger game was going. But to be fair, we ended up with 2 full games that night. So it was okay. And I'm sorry that Mr. O'Brien left because what a perfect night for him to be here. I first met him when I bought his book about 8 or 10 years ago. On the 24th, I also attended the Cedar Creek ribbon cutting ceremony. I was also able to briefly visit Rosedale and Highlands for the fall festival parties, and all three schools did have the Dodger game playing. So I also had the pleasure of going to the Bouquet Early Learning Academy. I know it's not the traditional elementary school, but it is still part of our family, and that was a lot of fun. I also made it back there on Halloween, which is my personal favorite holiday, and to watch the parade. So that was a lot of fun. And then I also had a chance to talk to Mr. Brandon, who teaches there, and got a lot of insight from him as well. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Grease.
Hey, everyone. Okay, here we go. I was not going to bring up the topic of board visits, but Ms. Carville brought it up. So she's right. I think teachers and staff would appreciate board members to see what's actually happening within each school site and not a supervised, tailored visit. I think they appreciate honesty and being able to show what is happening at schools versus a very tailored version. So I, like many board members, will continue to go to school sites. I will continue to advocate for the teachers because I know what is happening in the classrooms. And I will do my very best to not be chaperoned so that I get a real perspective on what is happening within the school sites. So thank you for bringing that up. My first topic I want to talk about, Santa Clarita Elementary. Another month has passed. Another $14,000 has passed with maintaining that school site without any progression on the progress of determining and understanding proposals, either from the city or from any other entity. We have another board study session on December 10th. I'm hopeful that we will have more information there. It was communicated, at least internally, that these board study sessions will be moved to 6 p.m. to hopefully allow more community members to attend versus at 5:30. So at least that's 30 minutes. So hopefully that helps. I have emailed Ms. Garibay and Dr. Hawkins regarding a request that I would like to have for the December 10th meeting. As a result of personally feeling that this is taking forever. My request is that staff be prepared to present a possible roadmap for the selling of the Santa Clarita property to either the city or another municipality without triggering the Surplus Land Act housing requirements. I would also urge the rest of the board to do the same if they want any answers or any insight into what potentially could be a proposal to happen at 1210 so that we're again not wasting another month, so that we can give some reprieve and a solution to the community. That was Santa Clarita. Behavior councils. First, I just want to thank the Epstein family for coming. I'm a North Park alum just a couple years ago. Daughter attended CDP a while back. There's really nothing that I can say that's going to make the situation any better. It's just excuses at this point. So I'm hoping that you guys get some resolution to the problem that addresses your guys' needs and actually helps the community of North Park so that no other family experiences that. And I, apologize that you experience the same thing, but there's really nothing that I can say that's going to help the situation. It's really up to the district and the board to hold the district accountable. And as a reminder, it takes majority to actually set policy. There's 3 of us that need to do that. It can't just be me. So just as a reminder, I also attended the behavioral council meeting with Mr. Trunky. We now have 68 members on the committee, including the discussion of adding subcommittees, a total of 5 subcommittees. I don't know about you, but group projects, when you're trying to establish process, rarely work with that many members, 68 members, right? So
I'd like to really understand, and I wanted to mention this now and not later because I know most of you are going to log off because it's late and leave. So I wanted to establish it now. I really would like to understand when the board will be receiving the final recommendations on what this council has been doing since the first meeting back in January of 2025. That's a whole year. I know it's not up to just one board member to take action to make policy. I know that it's not one member of district staff to do that. I know we're trying to bring everybody together and do this, but there needs to be a resolution because this has gone on long enough. I've been on this board since 2022. I've been talking about it since 2023, and there is nothing happening. I've also asked to transition this behavioral committee to a board committee, citing board policy 9130, so that the board can help create more structure, establish a timeline, and give direction to the district on what the expectations are. 68 members is a lot, 5 subcommittees is a lot, and we're a year in. My request was denied. So I'm asking again, which I have already sent through another request, based on our governance handbook, page 12, paragraph 3, should an item matter be denied to be agendized, the board member or member of the public may submit a written request to have the board take action to determine whether the item should be placed on the agenda in the future. This would include the board considering to agendize the item at a future board meeting, and if supported by a majority of the board, the item will appear on the next agendized regular meeting. My request was denied because there was no other interest from the rest of the board. And I just want to say that it would actually be a Brown Act violation for me to have a conversation with the rest of the board, considering I brought this during public session during the October 30th meeting. So I am urging my colleagues to jump on board and help our community find a resolution to this problem that we've been talking about for 2+ years, and I'm sure it's been happening longer. My last point is, look, in my professional life, I have established new revenue streams, new business ideas for companies that I've worked with. I have created protocols, frameworks, worked with large groups of people to try and figure out how to bring something to life. In my spare time, I use ChatGPT. I'm not an expert in education. I'm going to throw that out there. I am not. But I do know how to build a framework. I do know how to work with others to invite ideas and to figure out what the solution is to the problem. In 30 minutes, I was able to get 5 different versions of how we could create a whole child definition, in which we are meeting in January to decide a whole year to define what this means so that we establish the framework of what needs to happen. I was able to do it in 30 minutes and provide 5 different versions, provide supporting information on how to support the 5 versions, and a timeline. I don't understand why this is taking a year. And I'm more than happy to share this with my colleagues. But again, I am not an expert. It is a framework. It is directional. It is used to have a conversation. Why this is taking over a year, I don't know. So I'll probably comment more on the behavioral presentation, but I just wanted to make sure that the community heard that I'm here for you. I'm here for the teachers. I'm here for the staff. You just need to get the other 4 board members to speak publicly on it. We are all elected officials. There is an election next year. 2 of us are up. And if you're not happy, you guys have to speak up. Teachers have to speak up. Staff has to speak up. I want admin to speak up. But it's not going to change until you guys are holding us accountable. And it's got to be the majority. It's got to be 3 of us. Thank you.
All right, nothing for me. So moving on to consent calendar. Do we have any items to remove from the consent calendar?
I do.
Okay.
It's section D, item 6. And then Section G, item 5.
Okay. So let's, can I get a motion to approve item D6 from the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Do you have any questions?
So this one is about the disciplina positiva. And I'm a little nervous based on what was shown on the website to be what is typically discussed during these workshops and the response that I got based on what our workshop will be addressing. So I don't feel like it's appropriate. And I do think it probably would be a really good idea for future contracts to include what the workshops are supposed to be about, including what the agenda is, what topics would be considered. So that also goes along with the approval of those contracts.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Any, do we have a? Yeah, we
I'd
have a
like to know
motion?
what specifically
Yeah.
you're referring to, what you're objecting to, or what the conflict is.
So on their website, under elementary phase 3, it mentioned, and I'm just going to paraphrase, but at the same time, parents will know how to fulfill their inner needs to prevent bullying, sexting, pornography, drugs, and technology addictions during and the post-pandemic season. I just don't know if that's appropriate for elementary kids to talk about that stuff. So I just didn't feel comfortable with it.
Okay, maybe we can throw the question to staff. Mr. Clement, are these topics either going to be discussed with the students or with parents?
You know, this could be used in a K-12 system, and some of those things would be obviously for students that are out of our range.
This one is under elementary. When you click on their website, you can click the appropriate age.
Right. I understand.
This is a parent workshop, is it not?
Yeah,
And no kids will be present?
Sounds like it's a
no.
Not unless parents bring their children with them.
And it's
So
something,
then I'm not comfortable if parents need to bring their kids to this workshops because they don't have childcare.
we have that as an option, and they're not sitting there listening.
Yeah, sorry.
This is also a topic that we've had before, and we've had such high response from our parents that we've brought it back.
Yeah, I just don't feel comfortable.
Is the topic that is being described on the website what we're doing, or is this a customized?
So the
Topic.
topic is helping children and teens thrive academically and emotionally.
But there's no specifics. There's no specifics around what the conversation is or what the topics would be to do that. So therefore, I'm just uncomfortable because I just don't know. So
Okay, so we have a motion, second. Are you guys comfortable? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
nay.
Okay, motion passes. Moving on to G5. Can we get a motion, a second?
So moved.
Second.
Question?
Sorry, Mr. Heinlein, I can't approve this one, just like I didn't approve the other trucks. So it's $172,000 for 2 new trucks.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just can't do it.
So we have a motion, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Can I get a motion and a second to approve the remaining calendar?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
I had one quick question.
Sure.
Mr. Heinlein, on item G1, gifts and donations to the district, there is an item donation from AVA Builders for a John Deere reel mower. I wonder if you could just briefly describe who AVA Builders are, what they've done, and what the nature of the donation is.
Sure. They were the winning contractor for the Plum Track and Field project. Part of that project was to maintain the newly planted field for a specific number of days. In order to do that part, they bought a used tractor. After the project was completed, they asked if they could just donate the tractor to us, and we accepted.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Motion and second. All those in favor? I think we already voted, right? No? We did, right. Oh, we didn't vote? Okay, so we had a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No, motion passes. Okay, moving on to presentation, Saugus Union School District Boundary Review Part 2, site capacity.
Oh, that's kind of big. Okay, as promised, this is the next part of our boundary work, which is really determining our site capacities district-wide. And we start that by looking at our classroom inventory. And these are the list of all classrooms by school site. And it's a count of if the classroom is either vacant or currently used by TK or K grades. And then if there is an existing special day class that's non-severe or a special day class that is classified as severe at those sites. So it's keeping those number of classrooms the same. So right now in our district, we have a total of 464 classrooms. When we look at site loading standards, that's kind of like our first stop in this. We use the Office of Public School Construction. We use their loading standards, which are 25 students for every TK through 6th grade classroom, 13 for every non-severe SDC classroom, and 9 students for SDC severe. The importance of using this is because this is the agency that determines new school funding. So this calculation will be done by them in order to let us know what our capacity is, and it'll be compared with how many new school construction grants they've already given to us. So if we take those factors and plug them into our classroom inventory, it gives us the capacity or the OPSC loading standard for each one of these school sites. So as a district right now, our capacity is 11,164. And that's important because we're going to have to probably exceed that number if we want to obtain additional new construction money from the state. The next exercise we did was to look at site capacity, and I'm calling this the maximum. So this is where we say, okay, every single classroom is used as a classroom, and every single one of the general education classrooms has a factor of 28. So if you were to look at our average class size district-wide right now in TK through 6, we're a little bit under 28. So I just picked 28 as a good factor. And then we're using 13 for SDC non-severe, which is somewhat in between the accepted range of enrollment for those classes. And then we're using 9 for SDC severe because that's kind of the acceptable range for those classes. So when we use those factors with our total number of classrooms, we have our maximum capacity, right? So every classroom is used as a classroom of 12,463. Then if we look at what is probably most likely, which is how we currently are using rooms or classrooms. So I'm still grabbing that 28 student per classroom for general education. I'm still using 13 for non-severe, 9 for severe, and I'm making sure that we earmark one of those classrooms for our current flex or science lab. And then I'm keeping classrooms that are currently used by service providers. So if it's split with speech language pathologist, or if there's a mental health team in the room, I'm keeping all of that like it is this year. So that gives us 11,007. And each site, of course, the math is a little bit different. So then taking those numbers and comparing them all, you see I also added on this slide in this column over here our current enrollment. So currently, if we were to, use all the classrooms like we currently do, and comparing that to our enrollment, we have room right now for another 1,874 students. So I'm suggesting that we use, our current ratio when we look at defining the site capacity in the boundary study. which is that little slide right there. So these are the numbers. Unless I hear some different feedback that we will give to MGT, which is our demographic consultant, to use for figuring out when we move a boundary if a school site is getting close to its capacity. That's all.
Anyone have questions?
So this is just, we're going to give this list of numbers to the demographers. They're going to use those numbers, take a look at where our kids are at and figure out the best way to.
So we're going to use those numbers, right? So the software is pretty amazing. So we have all of the study areas like I kind of shared at our last presentation. And all of those study areas have a number of students that applies to them for not only the current year, but it's going to be also 7 total years.
Okay.
And so we'll be able to see by including or excluding a study area in a school site's boundary, how that will look not only in the current year, but in the next or 7 total years.
So this conversation was born out of a comment that we had a couple board meetings ago about the need to redraw boundaries for families that currently fall in the boundary of Santa Clarita Elementary School. We're not just redrawing the boundaries for that area of town, it's the entire district?
Possibly.
Okay, so should boundaries change for someone who is zoned for Rio Vista, for example? And currently I live inside the boundaries for Rio Vista, but that boundary changes while my kids are enrolled, say in 3rd, 4th grade. Would they have the option to stay at that school or would they be required to move?
So in all the discussions we've had, it's that we would grandfather not just the child, but the family at the school site that they're currently at.
Okay, and this software can take all of that into account?
It will take some additional analysis, but we'll have to try to figure it all out.
Fantastic, thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a couple of questions. In understanding the classroom usages and the capacities, for TK and K, those rooms typically are specific to those grade levels and those grade levels only, although I understand we're sort of short on some TK classrooms and or short on classrooms for K because we're using some of the K classrooms for TK. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then for the SDC class, I assume for non-severe, there aren't any modifications to the classroom. When we get to some of the severe SDC classes, are there modifications to the classroom that are made?
There are some classrooms that have modifications, but those we are not doing anymore is my understanding.
So for the SDC classroom, the SDV severe classrooms, those could be also used for other things if necessary. It sounds like the modifications that are made are not significant enough.
I think there's at least one school site that has modifications in the ceiling. That same device or apparatus, right, Michelle, is no longer the preferred device. And so the one that we now purchase is freestanding and can move from room to room.
So other than some of the TK and K issues, it sounds like all of the other types of classrooms are pretty interchangeable when we're talking about boundary discussions and moving grade levels around and all of that. One thing regarding the flex labs, I know we have most of the sites, but not quite all, that have a dedicated flex lab. Is that counted in your numbers as a classroom?
Yes.
Even though it's not used as a classroom?
Yes, it is counted as a classroom because it is a classroom. And if worse came to worse, we could use it for, a teacher's classroom. But that's why we're using the current calculation, right, is to honor the flex/science classroom.
Right, but when you're looking at, for example, the number of 1,000, we have capacity for 1,874 more kids, I think you said.
Mm-hmm.
That assumes that we would use those flex labs as classrooms.
No.
Or no?
No, that would be if you were to compare the column that says maximum with the enrollment, that would give you a new difference, which would be higher.
Okay. That's it for me. Thank you.
Ladies, see anything?
I think I've asked this before, so I apologize. If somebody lives within the area, I understand that if the school is full, they'll be redirected. But if we redraw the boundaries, will the numbers be such that if you live in the area, you can be guaranteed to go to your home school?
I don't know if you could ever guarantee, right? This has come up quite a few times, right? Because you have to do your, I guess, best to staff correctly and not overstaff. And the hard part of knowing when potential kids could move into a house and then enroll at a school site. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. Unless you have that information to know that like a family's moving in or a family bought a house and they're going to enroll and that they actually do enroll, I don't think we should earmark special spots for folks.
So in theory, if they were coming in, if they enrolled the spring before the school started, we would most likely
It would be in our
able
numbers
to be
already.
able to accommodate that. Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
I just have a couple questions. You mentioned you use the average of 28 students per class. Some are lower, some are higher.
Right.
Would this be an attempt to be able to reduce those classrooms that have more than the 28 kids?
It's just an average to get close to the site capacity.
Yeah.
Right? So
But do you think that we could address the classrooms that have more than 28 right now using the data from this? Because is there a ed code standard that is saying max amount of students per class?
well, it's different by, the answer is a little bit, right? So in grades 4 through 6, that maximum is, I think from the 70s. So it's different for every district and ours is 31.4.
What do you mean 70s? Like from the 70s?
Yes.
Okay. And then what about the lower?
Older than us.
And what about the
31.4, how do you accommodate the 0.4 child?
You only give them half a chair.
So technically it could be 32.
No, the average cannot be more than 31.4.
That's 31.
No, it's not the enrollment. It's an average, right? So
and then what about the lower grades?
the lower grades, I don't believe there is a cap on primary. There is the, well, if a district has a negotiated agreement that allows for a higher class size, which our district does.
With who negotiated with who?
The teachers union.
Okay.
That's when our average went from, I think, 26 to 28, probably 8 years ago, 7 or
So
8
the
years ago.
teachers union drives primary grade class sizes based on the contract negotiations?
Correct. It's not a secret, right?
Okay. I didn't know. I didn't know that. So I don't know if many people knew that. I mean, it's good to know this.
Ed code
I know not everybody knows ed
part
code
of
though.
them is part of it. I mean,
That's fine. I just transparently, if you're saying that can be negotiated by the teachers union.
Yeah, it was negotiated
No.
to go up.
Okay.
Right.
So
So
then.
there really isn't, sorry.
No, it's fine.
There really is no legal max
With
other than what's negotiated?
the
Yes, please.
So the maximum for primary grade, so for kindergarten through third grade, the maximum per ed code is 24 students. Unless you have negotiated in your contract a higher class size. We have negotiated in our contract to have up to 28 students. It has to be an average of 28 students at the school site. So there could be a class with 29 and there could be a class with 27, depending, right? But as long as at the school, it averages to 28, that can be that's the class size. But yes, it can be negotiated with the teachers union to lower class sizes.
Is there a reason why you don't negotiate for the upper grades and it's just the primary?
because of the ed code requirement that was
Yeah.
24:1.
Got it.
Remember, sorry, go ahead.
No,
Nope. You're good.
with TK, it's a little different, right? So there's a couple of different factors there. So you have to have, I'm going to mess this one up.
You have to have a 10-to-1 adult to student ratio, right? So you can have a class of 20 with 2 adults in it. You can have a maximum class size of 24 in TK, period. It can't go higher than 24, but you also need to have, you would have to have 3 adults in order to keep that ratio, 1 adult to every 10 students. So if you go above 20, then you have to add another adult.
So then I think I go back to my initial question with in the upper grades with those that are above the 28. And can this be used as an attempt to try to reduce those class sizes so that it gets back to ed code?
There is no ed code for upper grade.
Yeah.
So
Other than we can't have an average across the district higher than 31.4 students.
Okay.
There's also no possible way this district could afford such a change, right? So it is,
Buy new trucks.
no. We're talking millions and
I
millions
get
of
it.
dollars,
I
but
get it. Sorry.
yeah, one time, not every year.
Ongoing, yeah.
Maybe if we have revenue from Bouquet Early Learning Academy, that could help supplement.
Or Santa Clarita.
Or the sale of Santa Clarita, maybe. Okay.
one-
And then I don't know if
That
I
could be used for operations.
I don't know if
Right,
I-
be reserved.
Yeah, it's a
definitely
capital
waiver facilities.
and then I don't know if I heard you correctly. You said we're not doing severe classes?
No, you
Did I
mean,
misheard?
yeah,
Okay.
we do have them at Mountain View.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. This is a receipt and file, right? We don't have to do anything with it? Okay, great. Okay. Moving on to Education Services, approve resolution 2526, number 31, a resolution of the governing board of the Saugus Union School District for the continued funding application. Can we get a motion in a second?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Clement?
This document does speak for itself, but we're seeking the application just to move forward with the 26-27 school year for funding.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay, let's take a roll.
Mr. Watson?
Aye.
Mr. Trunky?
Aye.
Ms. Cooper?
Aye.
Ms. Garabay?
Aye.
And I vote aye.
Motion passes. Okay, let's take a quick 2-minute break so we can use the restroom if needed. All right, let's go ahead and get started. We have a presentation, accept the initial draft recommendation from the Behavior Council for Essential Tools and Strategies. Is that a presentation?
It's a presentation of a document.
Okay.
This is very.
Okay, Mrs. Berry is going to present.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a presentation, but I do have a document that I would like to walk through a little bit so you know what you're looking at. What you have in your packet is an initial draft recommendation from the Behavior Council about the essential tools and strategies that they felt all teachers, all staff in our district need to have and to use. And so to give a little context of this, in our October meetings, we had 2 meetings in October, the work of the council. They took what are evidence-based strategies that were teacher delivered. So again, something that a teacher could easily implement in the classroom that was low intensity to make sure that learning can continue to happen. I think there's a lot of talk about, what tools and strategies can teachers use at that level to make sure the classrooms, the distractions are minimized and learning can continue. So that's what you see across the top in the bold. The co-establish and model and teach expectations, reminding students about engaging in appropriate behaviors, demonstrating expected behaviors through positive attention, praise, and awards, instructional choice to increase engagement, frequent opportunities to respond and engage in activities, and then allow students to monitor and reflect their own behavior, and then use behavior ratings and giving feedback to students. So those were really the tenets or the things that were around those evidence-based strategies. And then within that, in the meetings, we asked the council to take those and what would fit in there, like anything that we have that we've been trained on or anything they use, PBIS, capturing kids' hearts. Some of the Behavior Council did have some background in conscious discipline strategies. There's a lot of strategies and background in that. And so then we asked them just to sort of list any of those things that they're currently using or have talked about or been trained in that fit under those tenets.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna
Yep,
cut
go
you off
ahead.
really quick. Was the intent to show this on the screen?
Mr. Heinlein, can you bring up the document that
I don't have the document.
I put it in the cabinet folder, sorry.
You can continue, Ms. Berry's, but we'll have it up in a minute.
So that's a little bit about our process that we talked about it as a whole group, and then at table groups, they did that. We gathered all of that information, the raw data of that, and then we compiled that into this document. And then, we compiled that into a Google survey. And then in the next meeting, what we had teachers do is it was a very long survey. We then listed all the things that they felt that teachers should have as a tool or strategy in that area. And we went through and the teachers would vote, or the Behavior Council voted, things that all teachers must do, maybe they should do, or things that they would never do. So that's then how we got the council to sort of vote on all of these and narrow down the choices of what belongs in each area. Then Ms. Nowakowski took all of that information from the Google survey and compiled it into this graph that you see in front of you. So as Mr. Heinlein is pulling that up, when he gets it up, the things that are highlighted in green are what the council decided or what they felt that all teachers in their classroom must do. The things in blue are what the council felt they may do.
So tell me about the implementation of this, right? So these are conversations that were had about, these are the things we shouldn't do, all that good stuff. But how do we actually implement this? Or is it already implemented? Or?
So we haven't really got that far yet. The first thing we wanted to do was get the council to give some recommendations, some guidance, some agreement on the things. There's a lot of, I would guess, tools, strategies, things that teachers do at in their own classrooms. And so the goal was to get the council to sort of agree on what those things are. And then the next step is to work on, how are those implemented? What training do people need? What training do teachers need? What training do all staff need? I heard a little bit about, classified CSEA staff, noon duty supervisors, administrators, other people who aren't classroom teachers. And so this is really just the first step in putting some of those pieces together.
However, I think what I think you might be referring to is when you look at it, you'll see that some of the things are in bold.
Right.
Those are things that staff have been trained on already. As a district, we used to use PBIS solely and its tenants as the way that we determined how we do use behavior strategies across all of the schools, across all of the grade levels. We've now had training in capturing kids' hearts and some training for some of our staff in conscious discipline strategies. So that what you see there in bold are things that people have had training in. And then I believe what you see in italic requires a little bit deeper understanding from one of our subcommittees. So for example, when teachers were listing, how school awards are there to acknowledge, what do those look like? Are those going to be district-wide awards, like the awards that you see here handed out at the board meeting, or are they going to be awards that are just common to an individual school? So those have to be looked at a little bit more closely by a subcommittee rather than the full member of the team. But you can see that things like capturing kids' hearts and the social contract and the focus words are something that everybody's been trained in. What's unique to this being the initial draft is this sort of setting these expectations has not been something in the same way that the governing board or the district office has required other than PBIS. And so we heard very clearly that PBIS was not working. We wanted to put this together and then have those recommendations come from members of staff rather than be directives from the school board or the district office only.
Can I just get a clarification on that? So we're hearing that PBIS is not working, but it's listed over and over and over again on these recommendations.
So when we heard from staff that PBIS was not working, we heard from some staff that it didn't work.
Okay.
When we asked teachers for their recommendations, we had 3 research-based pieces. Teachers could make the recommendation or not. They could vote for it or not. We had lots of people who use some of these tools, whether that's from a PBIS tool like a token economy or just is a token economy. And so they decided to list it there, correct?
Yeah, I was just going to add, and thank you for adding that piece. Like this particular, I guess, initial draft comes back from some of the conversations where people felt PBIS may not be the most effective tool. It doesn't meet all the needs of the students. What else is there out there, right? What other behavior management systems, what other research-based evidence for classroom behaviors, all of those things out there. So we started to explore what's out there. And in doing that, we brought in some pieces for conscious discipline and understanding the brain states and some of the strategies that go along with that. We had some schools that were trained in capturing kids' hearts. All schools have been trained in various levels of PBIS. And so we knew over the summer that all schools would have at least training 1 or training 2 of capturing kids' hearts. And then the goal was really to look at those pieces and how do we braid them together to have the most effective or the most essential elements of those programs if we weren't going to just stick with one. Now, the council could have said, we only like this one program, right? All of this program has all of these essential elements and we want to follow all of it. Or they could have said, we want to pick these 2, or, these, as you can see, it's sort of a smattering across a variety of the tools and, I don't want to say tools and strategies, but some of the programs that people have been trained in, have been exposed to. So it was a free, I'll say like a free for all, in the sense that when we asked them to write what tools or strategies or things that they felt would meet the need under there, some people wrote in like peer conflict mediation. So that isn't necessarily a program that we have brought in. Some of the schools are doing that with their students, during lunch or recess on the yard. So it could have been anything that they felt was effective that met that evidence-based strategy. And so you're right, you'll see that PBIS does come up through here several times, as well as Capturing Kids' Hearts and our new social emotional curriculum of Character Strong.
So this is just a draft. Is it the intention of the council that this is going to continue to be refined and brought back in updated formats, or is this the draft that they're presenting to us and we're moving on to different topics?
So I think this is this is a draft because there's a beginning. For example, when we read over it, I think I can't pull it out really quickly, but it said conscious discipline strategies.
It's in the fourth column.
Thank you. I don't exactly know what that means because there are many different strategies that are within conscious discipline. One is teaching students about the brain state. That could be a strategy. Or it could be wish you well is a strategy for students. It could be some calming center as a strategy for students. So it could be reciprocal play. I can't remember the, I'm looking at you, Anna, because I can't remember. There is I call them like, they're very specific types of brain breaks for students, but it is engaging in eye contact, physical touch, and something else. So again, those are all strategies. And so the team needs to take a look at that and what does that exactly mean? Then the next step from that would be, well, how do we implement it? What is the training that people need so we can begin to plan what that looks like in our upcoming PD days in collaboration with Ed Services.
So I think when you're looking at this, Mr. Watson, you see that there are lots of strategies that people have had training for and are using in a variety of ways. This is going to be something that we continue to refine over time, because certainly this last round of training isn't the end all be all around training. There might be I know for a fact that there's some conscious discipline training around rage and anger that I know a lot of people would like, but it's not an effective series of training until you're actually implementing the base pieces of it, right? So would that change in what this looks like over time? Absolutely. That would be effective in creating a district-wide kind of adopted process. As far as setting the tone for what things are the must-dos and the expectations, I would hope that before the end of the school year, we would let everybody know that so that everybody's aware of what the expectations would be for the start of the new school year.
Certainly. And I really appreciate the work of the council. There's a lot of folks involved and doing a lot of work. And I certainly want to honor that. I worry that if we're going to incorporate, especially in a column that says must do, we're incorporating aspects of trainings from 3 different programs. Just my opinion. And again, I want to honor the work of the council and their recommendations. They're the ones that are currently in the classrooms and dealing with these behaviors every day. Not a big fan of PBIS, but okay. I do love Capturing Kids' Hearts and conscious discipline, as well as things like love and logic. But I don't think it's financially feasible to cobble together to where we have to train all of our staff on all these different programs. I know that no one program is perfect, but I would encourage the council to explore the idea of picking something that's research-based, that works, and go with that. Now, if we've got people, let's say we choose conscious discipline, I think we kind of need to focus on that. And then, yeah, we've got some folks that have been trained in PBIS or Capturing Kids' Hearts that can sort of mentor or provide ad hoc internal trainings on different strategies that work, right? Best practices. But I think it's going to be very complex if we want to start mandating must-dos based on training from 3 very different and very expensive programs.
Thank you.
And how following on that for PBIS, I mean, we have a significant investment in PBIS already. If I remember correctly, wasn't that a 3-year implementation rotation across all of the schools? And I think it took something like 5 or 6 years to fully implement that district-wide.
I think Jennifer was the only one that was here when we started it initially.
Yeah. And there's different levels. There's I'm probably gonna mess it up, but there's like the tier 1 that everybody at every school site should be engaged in data collection and what that looks like. And then there are also additional modules for tier 2 and tier 3. And so we had all of the school sites trained in tier 1, all of them in tier 2, and we were beginning to roll out and participate with the schools in the tier 3 types of strategies with students who, again, some of those other interventions, they needed something more. So we were beginning our work in that.
Yeah, and I also appreciate that we have had feedback from some teachers that, yes, it doesn't work, but we have also had feedback from a lot of teachers that PBIS does work, especially when it is implemented with fidelity. So, number one, I think it's good that we have a program that we have had so much training in, appear in so many different boxes on this chart. And I appreciate the fact that we, have already made that investment in it. And yeah, there are other things that we would like to sort of bolt on to that core.
So if
the
I could,
Capturing kids' hearts, I think we have done an initial implementation district-wide. Is that correct?
correct.
Yeah, we have the 5 sites that are in year 2, and then the other 9 in year 1. I will say last week when we were walking the year 2 sites, the CKH person from the company that was walking with me could easily help. We could see the correlation with Character Strong and the programs and how they are fitting together. So the concepts do lend themselves to the philosophy of having the same goal and using similar terminology.
And I think in order to address both Mr. Watson, your concern, and Mr. Trunky, your concern with PBIS, one of the things that was clear last fall in the Start, Stop, and Continue was this idea of having teacher choice, right? Not dictating from a district perspective a single only program, and that people were not really comfortable with a single only program. So one of the things that we were trying to accomplish with the committee was to give people that comfort level of those things that they felt they knew how to do, that we could go forward with, and then have other things that were more of the may do pieces. And I think that's why you see the must do's and the may do's, is because there are things that we've already trained on. And you're right, it is expensive to do that training. It is cobbling those things together. But rather than take it from just a perspective of a single training module, we looked at what are the components that would be required for a strong behavior model, and then what are the things that our educators, our staff felt fit in those models and they could commit to doing. And that was our understanding from when we looked at the Start, Stop, and Continue information. And I originally started the Behavior Council was to address that and honor that. So, I mean, if it is the board's preference that we were to have a single behavior program that is adopted, trained on, and required, that's easy.
Well, I think I'd like a little bit more information before I make that type of decision. And I certainly understand that staff, they each come with their own background, experience, philosophy. So is the idea that maybe, okay, we're having classroom management training today. The group that wants to go to PBIS can do that. The group that wants to go to conscious discipline would do that.
So the idea was that we'd already invested, as Mr. Trunky was saying, in PBIS training.
Right.
So the elements that were suggested from teachers who are in the district were elements that we have already trained on. We wouldn't need to train on again. Okay. We would be fine. I'm certain in years from now with new staff, yeah, we would have to make sure that those teachers are familiar with, or those staff members are familiar with it. Same thing with any program that we train on across the district. There's going to have to be some level of maintenance. We also knew that we were going to train the entire district. We'd already planned that based on 2 years ago when we started our journey with Capturing Kids' Hearts. So really the new piece would be the conscious discipline piece that we found during our conversations with teachers on the council about wanting some sort of additional strategies. Now, they hadn't had all of them. Capturing Kids' Hearts training. So we have had that training, and we offered the council some conscious discipline training. I think what we've seen is it is a combination of those things, but they work very closely together. They're very similar to each other. There are some pieces that are unique and different. I think when I look at PBIS, I look at it as a school-wide rules and procedures, right? For lack of a better way of saying it, but just so everybody could understand. When we look at capturing kids' hearts, we look at that along with our Character Strong and our social emotional learning instruction as sort of the relationship developer, right? So that's where you're looking at the social contracts. You're looking at the importance of focusing on the positive things and successes and understanding what words like respect and cooperation and things like that mean. And the kids are participating in that because they're creating the social contracts that they work through. So you have that relationship developer. But then you have the other piece of it with the conscious discipline, which there is no way to ignore the brain science behind all of this. Everybody's brain functions similarly in the sense of the science that's associated with it. Our teachers have had some training in it, but I think all of our teachers who've had additional training in conscious discipline have found that to be the unique piece that really changes the way you see the work with the social contract and what you see with the matrices and what you see with all of those bigger pieces, because they really focus on the individual child and their response and how you're working with all of your children to prevent certain things and how you're dealing with some children when their behavior or their emotions or their dysregulation are such that we need to address that at that time as well. So I don't think it's as simple for such a complex piece. If we were just talking about finding a program that was for routines and procedures with rules and matrices and expectations, a PBIS would be your piece. We were saying, well, relationships are what are important, and we need to deal with relationships, and we need to have consequences and expectations, then I'd say capturing kids' hearts is your piece. But I think when you look at it and you see what you heard tonight from the community, right? We know that our students are struggling. Not all of our students, but a large number of our students, more than I'm comfortable with, right?
And that's having a huge effect on.
And it's having an
way
effect
too
on
many. Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah.
So the part with the conscious discipline that's so important is the brain science around all of that. And I think, I'm watching Anna Marshall in the back with her head shaking because we've been working on it so much. It's not just about dealing with the dysregulated student, it's about dealing with all of the students. And when students can understand what their own brain science is and how they're functioning when they're in that sort of survival mode versus when they're in that emotional state versus when they're in that cognitive brain where they can actually engage and reason and problem solve. It's not only important for all of the kids to understand that, but it helps them in understanding what is going on when another child is not behaving in that more expected way. It doesn't make it okay that other child is not behaving that way, but it does help the kids in understanding about that self-regulation. And I mean, Mrs. Marshall has shared with me how she has used the strategies with kids who are really dysregulated. I can tell you numerous other teachers who have done that. It doesn't stop students from being dysregulated and maybe behaving inappropriately, but it does help for the other kids to understand it, as well as for us to have a basis for then when and how and where do we work from there with that individual student. Because it's not just about relationships. It is about actual behaviors and things that are triggered for a student and things that cause them to become dysregulated and act or behave in a certain way. And that's different for every student who has these big behaviors.
Right. And I get that. So you can't do an if then kind of thing with those types of things. So what we're saying here is we're building kind of a comprehensive approach. I want to make sure that first that's something that's feasible both fiscally as well as time, right? Because time is of the essence. We've been hearing about this for a long time, and it doesn't seem to be getting better. It seems to be getting worse. And so I think we need to approach this with the sense of urgency that it merits. So is that something that gets addressed in the Behavior Council, or how are we addressing some of these extreme issues? As you say, they're unique issues. They get dealt with one-on-one, but what kind of work with our units, our the people that are doing the work every day, the people that are being injured, what kind of work are we doing collaboratively with them to hopefully try to start to diminish the incidents that we're seeing?
So I think when you're talking about a dysregulated student, a student who maybe, shouts out or curses or even hits initially or kicks or bites or something along those lines, that's the initial situation with a student. When we're talking about some of the students that we're talking about around big behaviors that you hear spoken about at the podium, these are students that generally have repeated behaviors like this. Oftentimes they have special education needs that are documented that we see. And they have unique situations that require us, especially when we're dealing with some of our younger children, like our TK, K, and 1 students, where they may not have special ed diagnoses, but they definitely have some sort of traumatic experience where trauma is impacting their behavior. And we need to work through that with the student study team process, the 504 process, or the IEP process. When we're dealing with those situations and we're putting together things like behavior support plans and those sorts of things, our staff, meaning our behaviorists, our school social workers, et cetera, our school psychologists are going in and working with the teachers and or the instructional assistants to specifically implement the behavior support plans. Because just as we were saying, every student's behavior is unique, both in how it's manifested as well as how it is, why it is produced, right? And so for elopement, for example, some students may elope to avoid work or to avoid situations. Others may elope for attention. The behavior plan or the behavior pieces that would be put together are very different for that child for different needs. And so that takes a one-on-one approach with staff. I don't think having district-wide
Talking about tier 2 and tier 3
strategies and supports, not behaviors. Behaviors are always behaviors. Strategies are tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. What you see on this chart are for mainly tier 1 situations. Tier 2 and tier 3 are when our specialists come in and work with our classroom teachers to address these behaviors one-on-one with that student, with the parent, as part of a student study team process or as part of an IEP process, depending on the needs for the student. So how do we address that? We have to do it one kid at a time, because while we could provide teachers specific strategies for dealing with a particular child through a training model, if they don't have that kind of child that year, they're not working with that kind of situation that year, they probably won't apply those strategies. And we know from the research, 150 hours of practice and training in any one strategy to change adult behavior. So we provide it one-on-one through the behaviorist, the school social worker, et cetera. And then if there needs to be some additional training, like sending people to certain kind of training, we would do that.
So it's
specific to the classroom.
Can I just add
Please.
something? So I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. And I think what I hear is that the goal is to have something that is consistent, right? So it's a consistent standard of what we do and what we don't do, and everybody agrees to it. I think what I believe we're looking, or what I'm looking for is different. And it's actually more in line with the thing that we did this afternoon, right? So there was a message that was sent out to all the parents, and it was very clear, and it was to the point. We do not allow biting, kicking, all that stuff. We need more of that. We need people to understand that, like, it's not okay. I understand that there's kids that have IEPs. I understand part of it has to do with, they can't, they have cognitive, things that they have to work through. But for the 99% of the kids that don't have that particular issue, we need to do those things. And so that message was great. And I want to see more of that. The other thing I know at my school, I don't know if this is a district consistent thing, but I know at Bridgeport, our principal held a principal parent meeting where, like, all they focused on was behavior. We need to do that more regularly, like not just once in the beginning of the year, but like all the time. And we need to talk about what those rules and procedures are at the school, right? So what are the things that we allow and what we don't allow? And when you do have the kid that is kicking and biting, and I think you've made the point now, right, with that message, we're going to call the parents and we're going to tell you it's not okay and you can be suspended because you should. The other part of this too is, from the teachers, I've talked to a lot of teachers for lots of months now. One of the things that I'm hearing consistently is that at my school, it's a yes. At my school, it's a no. There needs to be a message that's consistent with the teachers that says, no, we don't tolerate this, and with the principals. And these are the things that we do to address it. That's what I think I'm looking like. I think this is great and I appreciate it. And I think we need this. But I think to address the immediate need and for people to feel like there's something happening, those are the things that we need to see. When the kids come back to school in January, we need to have a meeting that the parents sit, they come out, they hear about what the behavior expectations are. We don't allow these things, right? And if your student participates in these activities, you're going to get a phone call and you're going to have to come out and sit with your kid and whatever. I know it's inconvenient. I know it's not easy, but guess what? That's our job as a parent. That is my job as a parent. So that's what I want to see. This is great. And again, no discredit to all the work. I know it takes a lot of time and effort and all that good stuff, but those are the things that I think we need to see.
Do we need to have majority board dictate to Dr. Hawkins, this is verbatim what I want you to do? Because it seems like we have these conversations here about we would like, and I want to see this, and I want to do this. But as a reminder, it takes board majority. And I've been told multiple times that one board member cannot direct the superintendent and staff to do anything. So up here, the 5 of us, we are at a point where we literally verbatim need to tell the superintendent, you need to do this by this date to these people.
So that's going to require a pretty heavy conversation.
Hi, Patty just eloquently laid it out.
And that's one thing.
Well, but also my point was we are doing some of the things, right? So that was part of my point. It's not that we need to do we are doing some of it. And I understand that it's not coming as quickly as we wanted to. I get that. Okay. I hear it. I hear you. But I think it is happening. And I think, again, we need to do more of that.
It's not, respectfully, it's not happening given the amount of dialogue today at the board. We had STA and CSEA with a joint message. Thank you. We've had a year of teachers and community members coming up to this dais. Why we are only addressing tier 1 when we know the issue is tier 3 is beyond me. We've had a year to prioritize and a year to discuss. Tier 1 isn't the issue. Maybe tier 2, maybe some aspects of tier 2, I don't know. Tier 3 is the issue. Our teachers are getting bit, kicked, things thrown at them. I have seen literal pictures of bite marks. Like, it is gross. And the fact that we are not addressing it, there's no consequences on here. And we're only focusing on tier 1. We need to focus on tier 3.
Okay. My turn. I made notes.
I don't think I'm done, but
okay. No. Okay.
Of that.
This is the baseline. This is like the proactive, like the preventative, like if everything is good, this is what happens. Okay.
Consistently.
Consistently.
This is the
Okay,
preventative
theory,
pieces.
If a child is in tier 3, they have an SST or some kind of individual plan. Is that correct?
not every student.
Okay, so all of these discussions, all of these people, all of these examples should each have an individual plan, do they?
Our understanding is that with students with IEPs, they have an individualized plan. With students who have the severe problems that do not have that individualized plan, they would have an SST process in process. And when I've spoken with the principals about those individual students that I've let you know about appropriately, those are in the works.
I mean,
Okay,
I've
so
seen
if-
some head shakes of no in the,
if-
so I don't think that's actually happening.
If
No, they don't all have IEPs, but I can say that they are working on plans with.
okay,
the
who can
administrators.
request an SST?
The teacher,
Or,
the parent.
okay, if
Or-
an SST is requested, is it granted? period?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there ever a reason why it wouldn't be granted?
Not that I
No,
can say
so-
either. I'm gonna let you.
So typically when we're talking about the behaviors that are reoccurring, the biting, the kicking, the hitting, the eloping, the cussing that's at a very frequent rate, we're talking about students who do this reoccurring. I know that we have other students who hit or they have a fight, but it's not reoccurring, right? Some people would consider those big behaviors. I just had some students who got in a fight today. I wouldn't consider that big behavior because it's not something that's happening over and over and over again. So once you see that pattern of behavior with a student, the first step would most likely be to say, hey, what's going on with the student? And then you start that process of whatever those formal meetings are. If they are a gen ed student without any kind of documented disabilities. Some of our students come to us with an IEP from our preschool program, our early start program, and so on and so forth. I'm not talking about those students. So yes, an SST meeting would be the first step. And through that SST meeting, the team gets together and they determine what interventions or what things they might put in place that will work for that student. And those are documented. So when you ask about a plan, those students that are a gen ed student that don't have an IEP would have a plan. And so then they take data to see if this is, working based on the hypothesis of why that student has that behavior, putting in interventions immediately for that student. There's also points of when the student is in crisis or crisis moments, and then that is a different type of a plan, right? So there's things that are happening along the way while we're trying to figure out the root cause of the behavior. And what things we're putting in place to minimize that behavior or teach the skill as a replacement behavior for that particular student, all along the way to try to
If a
reduce
teacher
it.
has said to me, I requested an SST and it was denied. Why would that happen? Why would they tell me that?
I don't know. I would need more information on that, but a teacher or a parent or administrator can request or hold an SST meeting. We also want to make sure that maybe it was the first time, hypothetically speaking, I don't know the situation, right? A student ran out of the classroom the first time ever and they said, we need to hold an SST immediately. We might say, hey, let's just wait a little bit. It's the beginning of the year. The student did it once. We need some more information. That might be a reason why we would delay an SST, but there is not necessarily that I'm aware of why it would be denied. It might have said, hey, we need to take some data on this. So when we go to the SST meeting, we have some information on what the basis is to try and solve the problem, right? Because again, when we're talking about students and student behavior, we're really working the problem. We continue to work the problem and work the problem until we get that desired result of a significant reduction of that behavior or elimination or a replacement behavior for that student. And I will say students, and I have, some of my own children, that we would like the behavior to be reduced 100%. But for our students who have problematic and challenging behavior, a significant reduction or a change of behavior is a big success. Like a student who's running off of campus now only runs on campus, that's a reduction in behavior, right? And so even though the student's still running and we wish they wouldn't run, you've really made significant progress. They're not running out into the street anymore. They're running into, let's say, the pod, or they're running to the playground. So we are starting to shape that behavior, but that does take time. So going back to your question about the SST meeting, you have that meeting, you put interventions in place, you're documenting that, you're discussing how you're going to track and keep that behavior so you can start to see patterns. And then you set a period of time, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, whatever the team feels like they need to meet to collect that data. And then if things aren't improving, they have they would have another SST meeting. At that SST meeting, they may then refer them to the behavior intervention team, which is it's a collection of our specialists, people who have higher level training in behavior. And most likely they've already been involved if the student has challenging behavior in some way, fashion, or another, like crossing in the hallway, or if the student was eloping, they might have been a person to help in that crisis moment. So most likely they're already aware of that particular student, but now you have a more formalized team and a meeting and a plan, and the parent has to sign consent. So again, with an SST meeting, we're involving the parents, so they're part of the solution. With the behavior intervention team, they're coming in, they're signing permission for consent to, it's more individualized at that point, involve that student interventions, assessments, whatever needs to be. And then it's the same, you're looking at, let's have some different types of interventions as if it's not working. And you continue through that cycle. At some point, the student may be referred for special education assessment or not. But again, through that process, even with the behavior intervention team, they have a very specific plan, the hypothesis of the behavior, what they want to be reduced, and what are the strategies proactively and reactively for that particular student.
I think the challenge with that, or at least the challenge that I see, is that during that time, right, all these things that are happening, they take away from the teacher being able to teach and to do the things that they need to
Okay,
do,
well,
right? So that's what I see as
Mike Tyson said every plan is great until you get hit in the face.
Yeah,
So
that's what I
have
mean.
Two stories that are both true. One is a teacher had some direct time with an administrator who helped them learn the strategies, and they implemented the strategies, and things got better and they were very happy. I also heard from teachers who say all of these things that we learn are great, but when you are in the classroom with 28 kids, it's impossible to do. And so I think that if we could systematize having an admin go into the classrooms and actually give them the time and the ability, like, to practice it right there in the situation, then they would be better able to use. Because I mean, I'm sure that the teachers are not as confused as I am, but like there's 3 or 4 different programs. Are they all different? I mean, why do we need more than one? And I know that they address different things, but it's confusing to me. I mean,
So Mrs. Cooper, I think when we're talking about two different things. We're talking about the tier 1 preventative general behavior pieces, which I can appreciate. I think what you're asking about
well,
has
that's
to
great
do.
with her is that, like, we don't have problems with tier 1. Like, tier
Okay.
1's fine. It's the kids that are, and like, any kid that hits or bites, like, it shouldn't happen twice. I mean, honestly, like what I wrote down here, like, I know that we don't have the legal right to force the parents to be involved, but if a kid hits or bites and because it's assault and we call in the sheriff, then the parents have to be involved. And that's a really crappy way to do it. But if that's the only way to get them involved.
To that point, who's involved in developing the behavior plans? So we hold the SST, we decide that a child doesn't have a special education need, or at least we haven't diagnosed one yet, but we do need to implement a behavior plan. Who's involved in writing that plan?
It's usually comes through the behavior intervention team, which is a combination of our school social workers, our behavior interventionists, and our school psychologists. So again, the root cause of the problem could be
And the classroom teacher.
yes.
Okay, so that's what I was, the
yes.
classroom teacher is involved in writing those plans?
Yes, it would be a collaborative effort. And again, sort of the person who's lead on that would be based on where they think the problem is. For example, if maybe they think there could be a suspected disability, maybe the school psychologist is a heavier lead in that. If they're really truly looking at the antecedent behavior consequence of function of the behavior, maybe the BCBA is taking the lead. Or if it's something from trauma or a background, maybe the school social worker, it's a relationship, a connection, or they've had experience in that. But along the way, the teacher is involved in that. This is going to work. This is not going to work. The same with if through an IEP meeting, that teacher's at every IEP meeting. If they have a behavior plan and they're like, I'm not sure how to implement this, or I don't think I can do this through the classroom, those conversations need to continue to happen. And I've been with some of our behaviorists when they're going to the classroom training, maybe there's a parent in the classroom or the teacher, And it was an evaluation for one of our BCBAs, and I was asking them the conversation, and they said, sometimes the teachers say, I don't think this is doable in my classroom. And so they say, okay, let me know what is doable, and I'm going to modify that so you can implement that in the classroom. Those conversations happen organically.
And I think what Mrs. Cooper's point is that, you know, if the team feels that, no, this solution really will work and you can do it, maybe it needs to be some modeling, some mentoring. Is there a reason that a parent wouldn't be involved in developing these plans?
The parent would be involved as well, sorry.
They would be involved. Okay.
Yeah. So,
But the modeling takes place, I think, to your point, Mrs. Cooper, about the administrator. I don't know that all of our administrators have that level of expertise of working with those specific behaviors. That's why we have as many behaviorists as we do, and why the expectation would be not only are they working with the teacher to develop the plan, but then they are going in and modeling and following up in order to ensure that the teacher understands and can do that particular skill, strategy, et cetera.
Is there a behaviorist at each school?
There is one behaviorist between every 2 schools.
yeah, so there are some BCBAs or behaviors that are at one school. It's usually our schools with our Mod Severe program. So Bridgeport, Emblem, Mountain View, North Park have a BCBA full-time, and then the other BCBAs are split between 2 school sites.
Well, because I was gonna say, right, like, we should look at the schools that have the bigger issues, and if it's a matter of moving people around, right? So if one school we know doesn't have severe, or they have what they need, I guess, but another school needs additional support and needs somebody there all the time, like, we should move, we should do that so that they have.
Well,
the
there's
support all
also
the time.
teachers who are more experienced or more learned or just have
I do want to go back to
gotten
your,
it, and they can mentor their fellow teachers. Like I've been in some classrooms, Mrs. O'Brien, that just like she clearly had a connection with her students and she could mentor another. The reason I was asking why, if there's like an absolute legal max to a classroom, like what would it be like if we had 40 kids in a classroom with one teacher and 3 paras? Like that would be 4 people for, 40 kids, but it might be, I don't know. It's
Probably too much.
Can I interrupt a little bit? Is there legally, like, what are the legal requirements of an SST? Is it district led? Is it district like coming up with their own process for developing the SST? Is there ed code requirements for it?
Put me on the spot. I know we do have a board policy around the SST process. There aren't, I'm aware off the top of my head, legal requirements of who needs to be there, how long it needs to be, what you discuss. But I do know that there needs to be a process in which if a student is struggling, a team gathers together, they look at the student, they study the data, and they provide interventions sooner than later.
and it's done before they're identified for special.
Remind us, what is the time frame of establishing like the initial, like we are all going to meet to potentially provide an SST? Like how much time happens between the incidents or to then when those groups of people come together to discuss the possibility of an SST? What's that time frame?
So I don't think we have that fleshed out, like there's an incident and then 4 weeks later you have an SST. I would say it kind of depends on the intensity, severity, a little bit. So it could be that we have a student that moved in, that the behavior is so intense and so frequent, we're holding an SST meeting like by the end of the week. For some other students, there may be some other factors and maybe they're settling in or something traumatic happened at their home and like, let's give them a little time. Let's put some things in place. So those things happen informally. I know our teachers are amazing. And even things that are on 504 plans or some of the SST plans, teachers are sort of organically doing those anyway, just to see what's working, what's not working. But what I would say is what is a little bit more scripted or structured is the amount of time that the SST team decides to collect and take that data.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between setting direction and setting a procedure for 99% of maybe SSTs, and then you manage the exception outside of that, right? So to me, it worries me that we don't really have like a written down policy protocol around SSTs, which I think then gives the perception of time could take forever, right? Because we're not black and white detailing out like one example, right, in a week, right? If there's more than 2 in a week, SST, right? So I think it might be actually helpful to create like what does that SST process look like that 99% of everybody follows, and then you manage those exceptions separately like you're talking about, right? I think that might help give some reassurance, right, to the teachers that there is light at the end of the tunnel. There is something that I can follow. Like these people are involved. I think the other thing to that is a lot of this is resources, right? It's people, it's money, right? We all know we don't have any money, but I think at the very least, one, admin should be trained on how to deal with these behaviors so that they can be an extra hand, considering we don't have resources at every single school. At the very least, like they are the person at the school. They should be aware of how to deal with those situations. I think the second thing too is, as a board, like we should ask, like, what would a budget look like if you had a social worker at every school, if you had a behaviorist at every school, a psychologist at every school, a counselor at like, what would it even look like? Like, it might be interesting just to go through that exercise, because it sounds like we don't have enough people, right? Like, we've been at schools and visiting schools where people are on walkie talkies, like begging for people to come, and there's nobody to come because we don't have the resources at every single school. So we should be looking at that as part of whatever proposal is happening. What would it look like if we had people at every single school site until this maybe dies down a little bit, right? Maybe until we address some of these larger issues and have actual physical rules and procedures and consequences and all that stuff. We haven't done that. That should be an aspect of it.
I agree with you, Mr. Heinlein. You're fantastic at kind of adjusting well, if we do a little bit here, then we have to do that there. We've been on campuses, we've talked to teachers, classified staff, administrators, and they're all asking for help. And to your point, it's not inexpensive, but it's the basic tools to do the job, at least in 2025. We can't wait any longer. We've got to get in there, roll up our sleeves, and work collaboratively with our experts that are on our campuses, that are in our classrooms. We've got to start making some progress. I don't know what we
do
need
want
to
to
do, but
just
we need to accelerate things.
address 2 things. Ms. Crease, you had mentioned about the SST process, right, written down. And yes, we do have a process. We have it written down. We're refining that. That is actually one of the committees that came out of the special ed task force. That's a collaboration with student services and ed services. The other thing that I wanted to address to all of you, or the 3 of you that mentioned it. So when I talk about the SST process and, collecting data and holding an SST meeting and going through the behavior intervention team process, or even if a student has an IEP, right, you call that IEP meeting. It's kind of the same thing for a student on an IEP, only we don't call it an SST team, we call it an IEP team, but the process is similar. But if we have a student that's in crisis, some of those team meetings are circumvented. And there's been cases where we have the behavior, we've tried to put some things in place, but it becomes a point where we put in extra classroom support. So, or we do something sort of outside the box thinking for that particular student. So there are moments in which there's a situation, and I can't give you the, check when that happens, but there are what I would call like a crisis intervention plan where we're adding staff or doing things sort of outside that typical range as well.
And I think when you're saying that, and the district's response of saying we have to handle it kid by kid, right? That is working. But what is overshadowing that is everybody coming here and talking about the things that aren't working. So I think it's great that there's individual plans to address specific students in the moment. But what happens, again, for the 99% of our population where we're having these issues where there's no plan, there's nothing. Like, that is overshadowing, I think, the work that you're trying to do individually by students but it's not working for the greater good. So how do we address that? That's what we have to address, is the greater good, not the individual student at a school site, like the 0.001%. How do you address the past year of people coming and talking about this?
Well, and I think one thing I'll add to that is that if we don't have expectations, if kids don't see that things are happening to the kids that are doing the things in the classroom, then guess what? Now you're allowing it. And you're saying it's okay to do it. And that's creating a culture of, hey, it's okay to do whatever I want because Johnny gets to do what he wants all the time. So I think that's where the expectations and the things need to be clear to the kids. And I know we're working on it, but we really need to emphasize it to the parents, to the kids, that these are the boundaries. You do not do these things. And if you do these things, there are consequences, and not like a slap on the hand or whatever. But no, like, we're going to call your parent's going to come and pick you up, or guess what? You don't get to do this or do that. And I know we're doing some of that at my school, but we need to continue to do it so that culture so that the kids see that it's not okay.
May I address that briefly? We have in the last year made the expectation of the schools, for lack of a better way of saying it, that parents need to be immediately involved. So when I hear comments from like Mrs. Cooper saying that someone was denied an SST, that goes against everything that I know I have written down, made the expectation, had regular meetings with the site administrators, and let them know that that is an expected behavior.
Right.
If a student elopes, one time on campus, they're 6 years old, they run out of the classroom because they're frustrated with something, that's one thing. They're running out of the classroom every 5 minutes, every day, then that's when the parent needs to come to school. Now, we have been advised that in some instances, that's not the appropriate or expected way that a school district should respond. I completely disagree. Wait, can I finish, please? I'm sorry. Let me finish. I completely disagree with that, and completely disagree with that recommendation from legal, that when we don't involve parents, we don't see the behaviors improve or change or be addressed in a particular way. So it is my expectation, has been for over a year, that this happens with students with big behaviors. That's why we have the monitoring sheets that I have. That's why I work with, and I know Mrs. Barris works with, each of the administrators when we're made aware of these, for lack of a better way of saying it, big behaviors. So they happen once, they happen many times, so that parents are involved. Because ultimately, the school, the teachers are not teaching a child to elope. They're not teaching a child to curse. They're not teaching a child to do some of these things. The kids are reacting based on the way they react all the time, right? And so when we're dealing with our younger children, those are learned behaviors over a long period of time that we have to enlist and enroll the parents in helping us fix those. So, or correct them or change them or modify them, whatever term you want to use for that, to both support that student and to support the rest of the students and the way that the school functions. Change of behavior takes some time. I understand that, we want it to stop, and we are working with folks to do that. That is the expectation. Now, can I speak to whether or not that happens as consistently as I would like it to happen? Yes and no. And when it doesn't, that's when the schools and I have serious conversations about why that's not happening, how it needs to occur, and then the work is happening. Sometimes they tell me that they don't feel comfortable making that phone call. Sometimes they feel that they've had they've had engagement with the family in a way that is not positive to have that family member in the classroom. I still feel, however, regardless, that that parent is the parent of that child and needs to be engaged in the process. If that parent, for whatever reason, they might, I'm going to just be old fashioned, spank their child when they're not at school. We need to know that and have that conversation. And if that, having that parent sit there and the fear of that is a problem, we need to address it. But we also need to make sure that we're working together to get the behavior to stop. We've had the experience where parents have come into the classroom, the kids elope, and the parent chases them because that's what happens when they run away when they're at home. So now we have the opportunity to work with the family to help stop that kind of behavior. So it is a one at a time kind of situation. Are there expectations for people? Yes. Are there consequences for students? Yes. Are the consequences immediate removal from the classroom like was described earlier? No, because we are not allowed to, by law, to immediately remove a child from a classroom regardless of what they're doing. Can we suspend them? Yes. Have we seen our suspension rates go up since the board has encouraged us to use more suspension rates? Absolutely. Do we use suspension for students? Yes. Does that change their big behaviors? No. But it does help, again, enroll and enlist families in understanding that these behaviors are serious and that they need to be dealt with together. So are we doing those things? 100%. Is it getting worse when I say that? Yes, I do think it's getting worse. Do I think it's a result of lack of work of teachers or staff or administrators or the district? No, I think it's a different, I wouldn't have said this 4 years ago, but it is a different world in how children are coming to school and what they're experiencing before they get there, regardless of their family background or a whole variety of things. And we have to have the tools to wrap our hands and arms around the families, the children, the staff, etc. Hence why we're trying to enlist their support in the way that we did today. It was something that I had talked with Mrs. Garibay, I know about, a couple of weeks ago. Not something recommended by legal. Something that I still felt very strongly about and continue to feel very strongly about. And so, yeah, we sent it out today. Do I think it's going to fix all of the big behaviors? Absolutely not. Do I think it's going to help? Yes.
It's a step in the right direction because you're absolutely right. Kids in 2025 are different than they were 5 years ago.
I hate to say that.
Way different than they were 10 years ago. And I appreciate that we're enlisting the support of the parents. We absolutely have to do that. But a teacher in the classroom has to know that their administration, their principal and their district staff, that they can count on their support 100%. They have to know that when these things are happening day after day, and when they're going home and putting Band-Aids on their face, that they can call their administrator, that they can call you, Mrs. Barris, that they can call you, Dr. Hawkins, and say, I need help, rather than thinking the only call that I can make at this point is to the police.
And I think, Mr. Watson, that is happening. Is it happening as much as I would like it to? No. But does it happen where I think I mentioned to you the other day, I was just at a school last week for a couple of different students in a couple of different grades where I had heard from the teachers individually. And we made special arrangements for certain things that needed to happen for those particular students so that we could address the behaviors that those teachers were experiencing. I followed up with those teachers since that point in time. Some of them required some change in mindset around the students for the adults involved at the school. Some involved some changes in services being provided to the students. Some involved SST support, where and when I say SST support, I mean where we had staff from Michelle's division attend an IEP to help both support the classroom teacher as well as the school site, as well as the specialist team in ensuring that they are providing all of the possible resources that are necessary for the student to be successful so that the teacher can be successful with the rest of the class. So are we doing that? Yes, most definitely, and regularly and often. Is it everybody? No.
So to Mrs. Grease's point, I think we need to start looking at what kind of adjustments in our budget and in our staffing need to be made in order for us to start seeing some movement on this front.
Well, and I think to add to that, it's not just about that, but if Ms. Cooper has examples from teachers saying nobody is following the SST process or they're not getting support, and you're hearing that some admin don't feel comfortable in doing an aspect of the job, like there is an element of an accountability for district staff and teachers. And if they are not doing what they are supposed to be doing, there should be consequences, just like there's consequences for teachers, just like there's consequences in our real lives. If I don't do my job, I get in trouble and I get written up. If admin are not doing what you are instructing them to do,
And they are.
repeatedly.
No, and they are being.
So you're not saying they are doing everything all the time.
No, I'm
They're being
saying
written up and they're not doing their job.
appropriate discipline. I mean, it's difficult to talk about discipline for specific people because there are only 14, admin that work at the school sites. But when there is that situation, the appropriate discipline, progressive discipline process takes place with those individuals, just like it would with any other employee within the school district.
And there is a process of 1 strike, 2 strike. There is a process of if this is continuing behavior that is not being fixed.
There is
a
progressive
process.
discipline. There's progressive discipline.
Because I hate that we're saying like the parents. Like we can't manage the parents. We can't. We can manage ourselves and the people that work for the district, and that's what we should be doing. The parents are bonus. Parents are bonus if you can get them on board. But if you can't, it's our responsibility, not anybody else's. So I hate that we keep saying like the parents need to fix it. The parents need to fix it. We can't govern the parents. So if
I don't think that's what we're saying.
I don't think that's what we're saying.
I don't think we're saying that the parents.
But that's some of the verbiage that I'm hearing.
But then you're hearing it incorrectly.
They're part of the process, but we can't manage the parents. We can only say to the parents so much. You need to do this.
Don't say anything on here about the parents.
But 100%, Mrs. Grease, I agree with you. We cannot force a family to come to the school. But there is a difference between forcing a family and making them solely responsible by sending a kid home with suspension and saying your child elopes on a regular basis. You need to come to the school and sit in the classroom with the teacher, with the kid, and help us figure out why they run away all the time. Now, if a parent doesn't want to do that, I understand. And we're going to implement all the things that we need to do to try to get the child to stop doing that. But if we're really a team with the parents, I'm not blaming them. What I'm saying is I need their help in understanding what's going on and how to make it stop. And if we're supposed to be including our parents as partners in this process, then encouraging them or requiring them to participate in the process in the classroom seems to be reasonable.
But if they can't do that, then what? Because the
do that,
tactics that we're currently using today are not working clearly by the people that continue to come up to the dais.
If they cannot do that, then we continue with the next phases of the processes that we have in place. And sometimes, Mrs. Grease, even to our disappointment, I can think of a particular situation that recently happened. It is extremely an extreme feeling of impotence when your hands as an organization or as a leader are so tied by the law, what is right and ethical, what a parent will support, what we can physically be allowed to do to help a student. And so what this team tries to do is always look at it as what is in the best interest of that particular student and how do we help the situation. In the particular situation that I'm thinking about, we've been very innovative. We've been very outside of the box. We're trying everything we can, and we're throwing every dollar we can possibly throw at it in order to help the student and the teacher and the school and all the kids in that classroom. But the student that we are talking about, it is going to be extremely difficult to make it stop immediately, and removing them from the school is just, it is not an option. It is not something that even if we wanted to, even if the board told me to do it, that could be legally supported by having the school district do it. It would be against ed code. So do I feel as frustrated as you do? Have I been frustrated by this for over a year, or since you've been on the board, as you put it? 100%.
So fix
Do
it.
I like?
It's your job to fix it.
It is my job to fix it, and we are fixing it, ma'am.
Sorry, you're
But-
not fixing it. The district is not fixing it. Look at the community. I'm sorry. This isn't going anywhere.
No, it isn't.
Okay,
This
so
isn't going anywhere.
let's wrap this up.
I
So
want to get back to
Go ahead.
the expectations things that you mentioned, Mrs. Garabay,
Sure.
because I think isn't the expectations part of the core of PBIS, setting those expectations, and the training is there, right? I think when we talk about the fidelity of implementation is something that I think we need to seriously look at. And the accountability for that. And I hope that is part of this process, that's something that we can start to address as well. Obviously, and this is switching topics for a second, these are the recommendations that we are getting from the Behavior Council right now on the must-dos and the may-do in terms of strategies. As part of this, in identifying what is the training that's already been done, what stuff needs to be completed, and what stuff needs to be done more in depth. Can you sort of talk about the different subcommittees that are moving forward and the different tasks that each one of those are having? That's all part of this broader process of moving forward.
Yes, I'm just getting my paper because I want to make sure that I list all the subcommittees, but in general, I will just say that, and I can't remember which board member tonight talked about, I think it was Miss Grace, about the number of members in the council, right? And so it's really hard to come to consensus or make a decision on things because you have a variety of people from different backgrounds, experiences, belief systems on behavior. It is very individualized. So some of the things that we're working on in a subcommittee in this particular document, once we have that, we'll go to a subcommittee working on professional development. That subcommittee in professional development will probably be broken down into classified and certificated based on, here's what people felt like we must do. How do we break this down even further? And what does that professional development plan look like? Not just a one-year plan, but phasing that going forward. We do have a subcommittee already in process to looking at, I'm just gonna say the word alignment because I can't think of another word, on panorama and the behavior and what constitutes what should be entered, majors, minors, how do we enter students with special education? What does that look like about comments and sort of making sure we're aligned across the district? We started a little bit of that work even before the Behavior Council, but making sure that we flesh that out a little bit more. I do know that we have professional social emotional tools consequences. Oh, also we had started when we talk about consequences, and I think somebody talked tonight about, when a student does this, these are the possible consequences, or these are the things, right? The expectations that we have. And when you break that expectation, these are the possible consequences. So we did start that with the larger council, and now that will go to a smaller subcommittee to finish that up. And again, all of these sort of, I guess, drafts or work products, when they come to that, will come back to the bigger council for discussion, fleshing out, editing, changing, before they say, this is what we as a council decide is best for all teachers or all staff in the district, and this is how we're going to proceed forward. And then I think the last one that we're talking about is the social emotional tools as related to our curriculum, because that has a big piece as well. And people talk about behavior as communication, but it's also a lack or a deficit of skills. And so making sure that our students have the skills that they need in order to manage their social, emotional, and behavioral interactions, and improve that as well. So those are the subcommittees that we have going forward. I don't know if I missed.
And those are not new people in addition to the current members of the council. Those are members of the council being divided into the subcommittees to make them more manageable groups to work with. It was really important when we
Faster.
Yes, sir. In order to make sure that we had representation or input from the district as a whole, we started with the larger group. We also started with the larger group to have the basic pieces as we've described here. But now when we're talking about, we started back in April with some initial work around consequences as a whole group. That had not been finished because we had worked with training pieces, because we felt that the training pieces were going to be the next piece in order for us to commit funds, have the resources, do the kind of work that was there, that we needed to make sure, not that we were making commitments to training, but that the council had been trained in order for them to be able to feel comfortable making the recommendations for the training. So the consequence piece was put on the back burner, so to speak. And now we need to have that. It doesn't mean, though, that school sites have not been working on consequences, because each one of the school sites has a behavior committee, if you will, and they have been working through what their matrix is for behavior expectations, what their social contracts are with capturing kids' hearts, and now what their school-wide consequences are for some of these behaviors in the interim until the council could make their bigger recommendation.
Yeah, and all of those consequences, have been available in some form or another. And I think what we're talking about are best practices in utilizing those based on all of those trainings that we either have done already, i.e. PBIS, or capturing kids' hearts, but then moving forward with the conscious discipline.
100%.
Can I just ask one last question, and for our next board meeting or the next closed session meeting? Can I request to understand, since the Behavior Council was established last January, how much money we've spent on the committee, knowing that we're hiring subs to backfill when the teachers are at the council, any trainings by third party? Is it possible to just understand what that has looked like for the past 11 months? And then is it possible to project what we think that it's going to look like in 2026, given we don't really have an end date of when we'll have kind of a final proposal? Because I would imagine the Behavioral Council will disseminate once we come to a solution. So I'd really like to understand how much we've spent thus far.
What do you mean by disseminate?
Well, the goal is the goal to maintain the council forever? Or is
The goal is to have this be a standing committee. One of the things that forever, I think is a hard word for me to commit to, but I think for a period of time. In the past, and this is years ago, we had some standing committees that were used for a variety of purposes because they were not well attended, nor did they have a general focus of what to accomplish. They were disbanded, and then we had COVID, and we had a variety of other things. We now have what we would call the curriculum pacing guide committees, which Dr. Fractor runs. We have some standing committees through SST for different things. And so because behavior is such a complex thing to address, it's not a one and done. It's not going to be just use these particular tools and it's just going to stop. It would be important to keep the committee or the council around for future conversations. Would it still be meeting once monthly? I would hope not. Would it might meet quarterly? That would seem particularly reasonable. Would it meet
Size?
could it be a different size? Possibly, because some people might not want to participate. Some people may retire. Some people may move. I mean, there's a whole variety of things that those kinds of committees ebb and flow with what we need them to be. So to say that we're going to come up with a one and done and have the committee disbanded, I don't think that that would be wise, because there's going to be things that we want to implement or that the committee recommends that teachers 2 years from now are going to go, well, that was a great idea, but that's not working. So we need to retool it. And that's going to mean that we have to meet, like I said, quarterly, maybe to review it. Will it be full day subs? Probably not for that, depending on what they have to do to work. We tried to meet after school where we were paying less for that, and teachers felt like they needed more time together and asked for the sub piece. It was better for them to be out of the classroom and have that focused, concentrated piece than to try to do it after school, after a long day of working in their own classroom. So we moved to that model. Is it a little bit more expensive? Yes. Is the cost worth it? Yes, because when you have your staff, whether it's a curriculum initiative, a behavioral initiative, developing SST processes, whatever it is, when you have staff involved in it, you get a better product in the end, and you do get more acceptance, or buy-in's not really the word, but I would say acceptance. And I think when we initially, a great example in this district is when we initially started working on our curriculum guides and our pacing guides, we had a small number of teachers doing that. This was years ago. As we started moving forward in the PLC process, there became a need for better curriculum work, better assessment work. That was created because there was expectations created around that. Now what we see is we see a very robust process being used because teachers are more bought in, we have more people involved, now we have more pieces. We could say, well, we've got a pacing guide and we've got assessments, move on, we're done. But it evolves because as the teachers are learning how to use those tools and use those assessments and implement those resources, they're asking more questions about what would they do here and what would you do there? And that's why we use our teachers on special assignment, and that's why we keep those committees still working. So for me,
And inevitably you have a new curriculum adoption.
Yeah.
and
Right. So
you sort of have to revisit it all anyway.
right. So for me, behavior is such an issue that if we use the same process that we've seen success with curriculum on behavior, we would see that process need to continue. And that's not a negative, that's a positive, because it's not saying that we're not going to address the behaviors or see any even success with behaviors. We're seeing a lot of success right now with our academics. It doesn't mean we're stopping our curriculum development. Same thing with this. But what we hope is we will reach that nexus soon, I hope, where the work that's being put in, the changes that are being made are yielding the fruit. Because to your point, Mr. Watson, yeah, it does need to stop. We don't need to see people with the injuries that you're hearing about. It is not okay for staff to be in those situations. Okay. None of us have ever said that is the case, regardless of how comments that staff have made to others have been portrayed. It is not okay. We don't expect it to be okay. And we need to work through it, whether it be with individual families, whether it be with individual teachers, whether it be with specialist staff. Happy to put together any kind of budgetary information you guys would like, because I would like nothing more than to have a behaviorist at every school site, because that would be amazing. But I will say, we looked at this year the possibility of adding a behavior aide, not even a fully credentialed behaviorist, to every school site. And it was over $1 million. So it was something that we looked at and said, is that going to change the big behaviors that we're seeing in the classrooms? We didn't feel that it was. And so we're moving forward with some other parts of what we're doing. And then we're relooking at, what can we use that $1 million for? Or do we even have that $1 million for the future?
No.
I know. When it comes to training, though, I think that training or staff development or teacher meetings, that's a very different pot of money, because that comes out of our LCOP dollars for professional development. And we are fortunate in California that we have a lot of dollars provided for that sort of training piece. And so that's where that money's coming from. I wish we had those dollars for providing more behaviorists or more higher level behavior aides or all of the other things. But we do have a social worker, school social worker at every school who is a licensed clinical person who can do a whole variety of assessments for students, has a lot more therapeutic counseling skills than what we've had in the past. We have a behaviorist at our schools with our biggest special education programs. As you heard Mrs. Berry describe, that is a licensed person who deals with that. We have, I think it's 11 school psychologists, more school psychologists than even FCMAT necessarily recommends, which we pay for out of LCAP, so that we have more people to do DIS counseling with students with special needs and to assess all of our students with special needs. So we do have a large number of support services. Could we have more? Most certainly. That's going to have to be a decision that the board would have to make, but I want you to make it knowing those are all of the people that we have at those sites, and not leaving tonight for people to think that we don't have those services.
Okay, so
Okay, can I just
the last comment. Yeah, go ahead.
I just simply asked if I could understand how much we've spent in 2025 and what we think that we're going to spend in 2026. So I don't know if we need board consensus in order for me to ask that. I'll follow it up in an email, but I think it's important for us to understand how much we've been spending on this, knowing the outcome of almost a year of where we're
When
sitting.
you say this, what do you mean?
Well, how much have we been spending on subs to backfill the teachers that have been going to the council meetings every single month? How much have we spent on training? How much have we spent on capturing kids' heart training? How much have we spent for out-of-state training? Like anything having to do with this behavioral council, we should understand how much money have we been spending, because it's an indicator of potentially how much are we going to be spending for the next couple of years. Because if we're maintaining this, which is great, obviously Nick's going to have to, Mr. Heinlein's going to have to build in a budget, a line item for it to help support it. So we should understand fiscally what this means.
Got it.
Mrs. Garibay, I'd like to just make one last request if I could. Mrs. Barris, is there a way, you talked about the behavior plans that are being written. Is there a way that, so that we can better understand what's happening and what's being done about these things, that we could maybe see a sampling of 2, 3, 4 behavioral plans, of course, with identifiers and things redacted, so that we can see kind of, okay, this is what's happening in the classroom and this is what staff is being asked to do about it?
So you want to see, what you're requesting to see is what an actual behavior plan looks like?
Please.
For those proactive and reactive strategies for a particular student?
Yeah, so.
You know what, can I recommend that we maybe do a presentation on that to you so that you can ask questions of the behaviorists and see that, rather than just looking, I'm not saying we wouldn't give you what you want to see, but
I think that would be great. The more information we can get around it, the better. But I think it would be helpful to see kind of this sort of like blurry middle part that we're talking about, right? We're hearing reports from teachers and classified staff. We're seeing pictures of what's happening. And then, you know, we're asking our questions and being told, yes, this is being done. It would be nice to be able to see, okay, this is what's happening in the classroom. This is what, you know, the plan looks like.
What do you guys think? I would be up for that.
Can I think that's
I have an
great. And
idea
I
of
would like to add.
I said I have an idea of what that
All
would
the behavior is supposed to be being tracked in Panorama. Can we compare Panorama to the number of SSTs?
Good idea.
Is that doable?
And the ODRs, right? Aren't
So Panorama ODRs are not something that we have in the same way any longer, in the same format. So we track our majors and minors through Panorama. I think what Mrs. Barris was sharing is the Behavior Council decided that we were having a challenge with how those definitions were being used. And so the data is not consistent. Therefore, they're making determinations on what are those terms and how are they being used? How is everybody being calibrated so that everybody's implementing the same thing in the same way? I'll give you a perfect example. Some schools, a student elopes one time, it's a major in the system. Some schools, a student elopes one time, it's a minor in the system. Some schools have decided that if a student has 3 minors for the same thing, it's now a major. All of that data looks exactly the same in Panorama when you pull that report, but it's not meaning the same thing. So that's why the committee decided, okay, now that we have this new tool, because this is the first year that we've had Panorama, we need to decide what does that look like? Because as Mrs. Berry said, we had a list of definitions that we thought everybody was using, but clearly that's getting morphed at the 14 sites as they go through. And if we're going to use the data to really start to make comparisons, which we would like to be able to do, we have to make sure that it's accurate. Otherwise, you're making predictions or you're making decisions on something that isn't correct. And so we thought the definitions that we had put together would solve that problem this year, but it's not. And so that's why the Behavior Council is looking at it and has that subcommittee.
Okay, so we're gonna move on because we still have a lot to cover,
And
but I
it's
know that there's a
10:30.
lot of,
Did we have a first and a second to approve?
I don't think,
There's
I think
something to
It's
say.
not, it's just an accept.
receiving it. We don't need to do
Receiving
anything.
it, So
Yeah,
not officially
Yeah.
accepting.
exactly.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, you guys. So are we not group consensus majority gonna tell the superintendent what we want her to do? Like, when is that happening?
I think that happens at an evaluation part of the meeting because I have goals associated with that.
But
and that's-
even directing Mr. Heinlein to come up with a budget, like what?
Sounds like he was gonna do it. right?
Well,
Yeah, I don't think there was any
I don't think there was any disagreement with that.
pulling together
Yeah.
those particular items that you asked for.
Are we all on the same page with what the asks are? Because typically we don't do this up here, so. I'm
yeah.
asking.
Mhm.
Okay.
And
when
same
is
thing
that
with the
gonna be
presentation,
delivered?
right? The presentation on the ODRs and the,
well, I think Mr. Heinlein's trying to pull together a first interim for the organizational meeting. So I would have to defer to him on when he thinks he could have that done.
Probably around the same time for sure.
Okay.
And when is that?
16th?
And then what about the report from Ms. Berries? Can that also be what Mr. Watson asked for? Can that also be done on the
I just
16th?
requested a sample, maybe 3, 4 of the behavior plans. Of course, information redacted so that it doesn't identify any students.
Are you talking about in closed session, an open session,
He just wants to see-
presentation?
He just wants
Yeah,
redacted.
in an email would be great.
an
I
email
thought
would
it
be.
was gonna be a presentation.
Well, Colleen offered a
Yeah,
presentation
we don't need
on
one. We can
what
just-
the process looks like, but I'd also.
Back to you on it so that we can have a conversation as to what that looks like. We'll have an answer for you in the next day or so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In short, yes, we just have to decide what the deliverable looks like.
All right. moving
Please
on
reach
to
out if you need any clarification.
Human Resources, approve the memorandum of understanding between CSEA and the Saugus Union School District pertaining to revisions to the TK General Ed Pair Educator job description.
So
Do I have a
moved.
motion, a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Who made the first?
Catherine, or I'm sorry, Ms. Cooper. Approve the 26-27 holiday schedule submitted by the CSEA. Motion and second.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Approve the 26-27 district calendar. Motion and second.
I mean, move to approve.
Second.
Sorry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You.
Aye.
Move to approve number 8A and B together.
Okay. All those in favor, or
Second.
second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. And then, Mr. Heinlein, conduct first reading of board policies, administrative regulations, and exhibit 3000 business and non-instructional operations.
We really laid out all the details behind each one of them
Okay.
on the rationale, so I'll just entertain any questions.
Okay. Do we have a motion and second or any questions?
It's the first reading.
It's just a first
Oh,
reading.
that's right. I forgot. I'm sorry. You're right. Okay, moving on to D, motion to approve to declare certain owned property as surplus.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And last discussion of proposed 2026 calendar of regular special board governance calendar.
So, this is something we do annually, provide the dates in advance of the organizational meeting, because at the organizational meeting is when we set the meeting dates for the future, for January through December. Mrs. Garabay and I, had discussed, the number of meetings that we have every month. Many months are a single meeting, and the number of special board meetings we're having. The fact that some school districts do one meeting a month, allowing for a special board meeting each month if they needed it to be around curriculum work. In this case, Santa Clarita closure, if they needed it to be specifically on the behavior council. So as you see, we've spent 90 minutes talking about behavior council things because that's very important. We could have a meeting specific to that if there were only one board meeting a month. So the business, the consent calendar, those kinds of things would happen at that meeting. And then a special board meeting could occur to allow for study sessions, longer conversations around, if it were around the generation of the LCAP, if it were something like we're going to be doing with the whole child piece, all of those different things, those would still take place. They still have public comment time, they still have all of those things, and they still allow the board to have the kind of back and forth conversation that we've had. So it was a suggestion and a discussion that allows for efficiency and allows for more in-depth conversation about the things that you govern on. However, there was also a proposal for the standard process that we use, where there are 2 meetings a month on the months where we have 2 meetings, where we don't have holidays and we don't have certain things, and we're not in the summer, and 1 meeting a month in those particular cases. In both calendars proposed, there were 2 meetings in June, and that is by California statute requiring that the public hearing for the budget and the LCAP are not done on the same night as the approval of the LCAP and the budget. So that particular month requires 2 meetings.
And this is just for discussion right now.
It is totally up for discussion. It is not anything that like
We're voting on.
we're voting on or that I'm, encouraging one way or the other. It was a proposal. Normally, you just get one list of what I would call the standard 2 meetings a month. Most, half the meetings are once a month kind of calendar.
So
That
the
was it.
suggestion of having 1 meeting a month would be holding our standard 1 regular board meeting a month, and then the other date that we would have otherwise set aside for a regular board meeting, we would kind of hold that date for special board meetings as needed?
You could, yes, if that's what the board chose, or you could just assign it outright as a special board meeting if you decided to do that, right? And you could choose through the governance calendar certain topics that you want discussed. So like you just asked for a fairly in-depth conversation on behavior plans. Mrs. Grease asked for if we were going to do that at the next meeting. You have requested at the next meeting, or what actually was supposed to be at the last
requested
meeting.
2 things.
no, I'm sorry, Mr. Watson has requested a piece on technology, which, yes,
Okay,
we
yeah.
had given to you and had not been
Mhm.
agendized while I was gone. But Mr. Clement has one that is very important to do on our current math adoption process, which the public and you all need to know about. So like, in order to get all of those done and do service to all of them and be able to have you guys govern and ask questions and be really involved, we're going to take another 90 minutes to 2 hours to do that. It could just, you could use the special meeting to do that.
Right.
In the
And
future.
it could be argued both ways, right? That we've got so much going on that we really do need 2 regular board meetings a month. I've noticed just, what was it, September, I think we had 2 board meetings and they both seem to kind of go as typically scheduled. October, we only had 1. November, we've only had 1. They've both gone pretty long. But to your point, I could see, okay.
Like this discussion
This type
tonight
would
would
have been
be,
in a, yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So I'm a single guy whose kids have moved out of the house, so I could use the socialization. I'll leave it up to the 4 of you.
I would prefer
Yeah,
one meeting.
I think the hybrid of the two is the way to go. I think that one meeting a month isn't enough ultimately, but having 2 meeting dates scheduled each month is the way to go, because we can always, with the foresight through agenda planning and other ways in discussions at the meetings as they happen, adjust the meeting to be something other than a regular board meeting if we want to do it as a special meeting, or if we feel that an extra meeting is not necessary, we can always cancel it. It's always easier to change something or cancel something if we already have it scheduled than if we don't have it
So
scheduled.
a couple comments on that, because I think we might be conflating the idea of 2 meetings a month. We do not have 24 board meetings a year.
No,
So,
we have
there
about
isn't
18.
a 2,
We usually only during the summer.
correct.
Have
So it's
one.
6
We usually
months.
try and drop
Mr.
one.
Trunky is saying no
August.
change. That's what he's saying. He's saying no change.
I hear what he's saying, but I want to make sure that he's clear on what he's saying, because what I was saying was, if you decided, again, not lobbying for the 1 meeting a month, but also not lobbying for, gee, we're going to have 2 meetings a month, but this month it's going to be a special meeting and next
Lobbying
month
for it.
it's going to be not a special meeting. I think if we're going to do that, then we need to decide what are the big ideas that we need to talk about and schedule those as special meetings at the organizational meeting. I would imagine that you could do that at least from January to June. And then you could do it again in July for August through
I would agree with that. I think that usually we have some sort of meeting towards the beginning of the year, which is more of a study session, where we can talk about all of that stuff. But if we want to try and have that discussion at the organizational meeting, we could do that too.
I mean, I just need to know which one you want to
Either
bring back.
So, I mean, I would like to keep it the way that it is. I think a concern with moving to a special board meeting is that they're not recorded. So, I think, again, as a parent of a child, and we have many parents, obviously, with children in the district, to sit through a long once a month meeting where we know there's a lot of discussions and topics, like I just can't, it's 10:43, to just have one meeting that is super long, I think is inconvenient for our families. And I don't know, begs on the question of transparency. So my vote is to keep it the way that it is. We also don't know how much longer we're going to have special board study sessions for Santa Clarita. We also don't know how much more behavioral counsel that we're going to have. So we're almost planning for something that we just don't know anything about because we can't project the future. So my vote, which I think is maybe aligned with Trunky, his initial comment, was to keep it the way that it is and then fine tune these special board meetings if we need it, or include some of the special board meeting topics into our normal agenda where we feel like it may be light. So
Mr. Watson, thoughts?
Good with that? Yeah. Yeah, let's.
Okay. Ms. Cooper or Mrs. Cooper?
That's fine.
Right.
It's really hot.
Is what?
It's really hot in here.
It's hot? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Can I also, if we're on the topic of the, if we're also on the topic of the calendar, can I just bring up maybe the ask of the special board meetings to maybe have it here so that it is recorded for people that can attend? Because we tend to have those meetings earlier within the day and most families can't make that. So is that something maybe group can?
I wanted the last one, the last Santa Clarita meeting here in the board.
Yeah, is there
so
a reason why we can't have it here?
We could stream
wherever
it,
you want.
whether we
Yeah.
record it or not, I don't really care.
Because-
but I want people to be able to attend it that can't physically
Yeah,
come to it.
Depends on the type of meeting.
It depends on the type of meeting and what we were trying to accomplish and being able to have enough seats, enough ability for everybody to witness the meeting. The Santa Clarita meetings have typically had a large number of people coming to them. I don't think that this boardroom will hold that, and we don't have,
I think,
we,
yeah, I
that
think
we don't
there's-
have the ability to have that kind of recording or whatever if we can't fit everybody in the room.
But we're doing it right now. I'm just saying, like, to Mr. Trunky's point, like having as many people, one, attend.
Sure.
Oh, do I just say Trunky normally?
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Trunky. I agree with, which is interesting that I'm agreeing with you, but I just like,
Yeah.
I mean, I was here during
I
COVID.
voted against you.
No, I mean, we were here during COVID. There was a ton of people here. So I don't think
Mm-hmm.
that there's any reason why we can't have it here. We have, I mean, look at today. We had so many people here standing.
The only limitation that this room, the only limitation that, and I agree with you, and I was the one that really urged us to make sure that we continued the two-way feed on Zoom even after the pandemic. The only limitation that we have is people making public comment. But I think if we communicate well with our community and let them know, hey, you can watch live from
great.
home. You don't need to come unless you need to make public comment. Then I think it'd be doable. Yeah.
Great. Is that like group consensus?
On with an exception, because for example, our special meetings, when we look at data, that format is very different that I don't know
Okay.
that this room would accommodate.
Fine.
But yeah, like Santa Clarita
Manage
meeting,
the
100%.
exception. Great.
Absolutely.
Okay, so option 2, and then we're also requesting that the special board meetings be held here with
When
Zoom.
possible, yeah.
When possible, yeah.
Great.
Okay, sounds like everybody's agreeing with that.
High fives and
All right.
Hey, whatever you would like.
At 10:47 PM.
I second.
Second.
Oh, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Probably nobody.
I don't know who did the first.
It was-
Did the second.
Right.
Catherine.
Chris was second.